one side. Let's go back down. Right, because you couldn't zoom, right?
No, I just wanted to, actually I just wanted to focus on it. That's good.
Unfortunately, we don't. After 7. And then television.
This tripod is shit. I mean, yeah, it is because I'm like. It says it's bubble, but it's yeah, and it's not. It's like, so I'm just trying to adjust how I see it, but I call it.
That's what I meant. Sorry, I was getting there. Sorry, I misspoke. Yes, but yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, can you do an American egg? Yep. You have to. Oh, see, you got it. Very well done. I love accents. I do impersonations. I do accents. And so I actually co-coach my son's soccer team, the man from England. And so we just have fun all the time. Like, he calls them. Oh my gosh. Bibs. He said, oh, that's not a bib, that's a penny. A penny. Pennies. E-E-N-N-Y. There's some cross-pollination going on. So, well, I could be the most exaggerated racist version, but it's like, oh, have you ever seen The Simpsons? Oh, Willie! Oh, Willie! Oh, come here! Hello, you have the boys go. Right, Bart? Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, that's great. So, yeah, but I travel for my work, but I just love how God's designed all the beautiful nations, all the different ways to say things. But even, I think if everybody admits, America loves the British, they call it British accent. There's no such thing as a British accent. There's only an English accent, there's only a Scottish. But that right, exactly. Even the people in London, super posh accent, look down on the non-super posh. They look down on you too. I mean, there's like a hierarchy caste system of English.
Yeah, thank you for the compliment.
Glad to hear. Now, Alex, I'm going to guess European. I was getting there. I was working my way to Poland. Now, you're not the typical Pole because you are smiling, you're warm.
Oh, you know Paul.
I have Polish friends, yes.
Okay, okay.
The women are usually like,
Yes.
well, they'll make you the best food, show kindness that way, but it's kind of
That's very true.
like take a photo.
I'm like that too. I'm like this is just a, Americanized version of
Good. We expect smiles. Too much. Okay. All right. How many do you have? What do you get? Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I am here.
The spirit of the street names are over here, but then like the streets are
Yeah, I'm missing. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
Welcome to the very best part of my broadcast week. This will be the last takeout before the 2024 presidential election. I'm not going to tell you who's going to win. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your anxiety, should you have any, about the outcome of this election. But we are going to have a voice that will help you sort through things that can actually be measured, at least partially, right now in this election. And with those measurements, you might be able to, on your own, come to some conclusions about what may or may happen as returns come in and actual vote totals are posted Tuesday night, November 5th. To help us do that, I want to bring in Tom Bonnier, who joins us via Zoom from his home here in the Washington, D.C. area. Tom, it's good to see you. Tell my audience who you work for and what your specialty is.
Sure, I'd be glad to. It's great to be here with you, by the way. So I work for a company called TRgetSmart. TRgetSmart is a democratic data and analytics firm. Basically, we build and maintain a national file of every single voter in the country. And that file has a whole lot of information about each individual voter in terms of their partisanship, demographics, likely turnout. So we work with Democratic and progressive campaigns and organizations generally and help them make decisions about who they're talking to and how they're talking.
So you are a Democrat, correct?
I am. That's right.
The data we are discussing this podcast and TV show, does it have a party orientation?
It does not. The cool thing about this data is it's all publicly available data. It's all verifiable. There are other similar sources out there in terms of Republican counterparts or even some bipartisan elements. But all the data is very transparent. We're just looking at who's voting, who's registering, all from publicly available election sources.
We are recording this, ladies and gentlemen. I always am transparent with you about this on October 30th. So by the time some of you hear this number that I'm going to cite, early vote, more than 50 million, I think 54 million as of this morning, will be higher, okay? And some of the data points that Tom refers to will shift ever so slightly. So take that into consideration. But as you listen to Tom walk through the data, you can use that as informative information about how the data changes and what you can track yourself. So, Tom, tell my audience what you have concluded, if anything, from the early vote total and what it might mean for an overall turnout modeling or representation for this election.
Yeah, when you think about that number, first of all, can I just say the obvious that it's a very big number, but it's not quite as big as we saw 4 years ago. So with the data we have, we're able to compare to the same point in time, which is really key to this type of early vote analysis. We know that 4 years ago, there was a pandemic. And so credit to the election officials around the country who pivoted heroically to allow people to vote safely during a pandemic. Over 100 million people cast a ballot before election day 4 years ago. That was about 2/3 of all votes cast. 2 years later, in the 2022 midterms, we saw that drop down to 46%, closer to pre-pandemic numbers. So these numbers that we're seeing now that you cite, over 50 million votes, telling us that we're likely going to be above that 46% share. We're estimating at this point, it'll be a little bit over half of all votes will be cast early. So what is it telling us? It's telling us that in case there was any doubt, we do have to remember earlier this year, we thought that perhaps it wouldn't be a very high turnout election. Most Americans weren't very excited about a rematch between Presidents Biden and Trump. Obviously, we've seen that change since Vice President Harris took over at the top of the ticket. There's been a lot of excitement and enthusiasm on both sides. And so this is really the first true confirmation that we're seeing high level of engagements, and we're likely headed towards another very high turnout election. I don't know at this point if it'll break that record that was set 4 years ago, but it's certainly in play.
Would you be surprised if turnout was in the range of 170 million when it's all said and done?
I think 170 million is likely the very high end. I think the most likely range in my mind at this point is somewhere probably between 155 and 165 million. It's possible, right? If both sides are engaged, we are seeing potentially some new voters being brought into the process based on the events of the past 4 years. So it's in play, but that would be a bit surprising.
Tom, do we know anything about those who choose to vote early?
We do. We know a whole heck of a lot about them, actually, because we get every state, or in some cases, county or local election officials, they will provide effectively in real time a list of who's cast a ballot since their last update. Every state is updating at least once a day, some states more than that, some states twice a day. They'll produce a list. And I want to be clear about this. It just tells us that these individuals have voted. It does not say for whom. The secret ballot is sacred. It'll just tell us that this person cast a ballot today. It'll generally tell us how. Did they cast a mail ballot, an early in-person ballot? So we have a lot of data that we can then match that into our existing voter files and have really granular understanding of who voted. We do know that people who vote before Election Day tend to be older. Certainly during the pandemic, that was different. We saw a lot more young people voting early. A lot of them weren't where they were registered to vote because they were home from college. They were in Zoom classes. But generally, the early voting electorate is older. And this year we're seeing an electorate that's also more white than it was 4 years ago.
Do some states provide party registration with this data about early voters?
They do. And so, especially when we think about the 7 battleground states, you actually have almost even mix. So you have 4 of those states that have partisan registration: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona. And then Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia do not. So in those cases, we actually have to model partisanship. It's not perfect, but it allows us to get a sense of the likely partisanship of the individuals who are voting, which is important to this analysis. It's not the only thing that we'll look at, but it is an important element in understanding which side potentially has more enthusiasm or is more engaged.
And this is a good time, I believe, Tom, to remind our audience, or maybe they're hearing this for the first time, that they ought to exercise some manner of caution about assuming party registration equals a vote one way or the other. We do know that partisan allegiances are strong in this country. They have been visibly strong for quite some period of time, but you would probably be misguiding yourself if you were to assume every Democrat is voting for Harris and every registered Republican is voting for Trump.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's an incredibly important caveat and reminder. Sometimes people will confuse partisan registration with party identification, and it seems to be, it's a weird thing to parse, I think, to a lot of people, but people will register with a party for various reasons, or sometimes they will not register with a party for various reasons. We've seen more and more people registering as unaffiliated, especially Generation Z. They just don't like to register with a party. The polling data tells us that they vote overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates. But also, you might ask someone a question and they'll tell you they're one party or another, or they might tell you they're an independent and they could be registered a different way. We're seeing crossover voting. In places like Pennsylvania, you have what they call ancestral Democrats, people who have been registered as Democrats for 30, 40 years, but they tend to vote more Republican now because they've shifted along with the politics of our country. You have Republicans in other areas who are doing the same, who might have shifted more recently under the Trump presidency. So very important caveat. We do expect to see not insignificant crossover voting in this election. I think you're seeing it in the polling between the Senate races and the presidential races, where there are a lot of potential ticket splitters out there.
That is the voice of Tom Bonier. We're going to continue to drill down on this data when we come back for segment 2 of The Takeout in just one moment.
They're seeing very big gender gaps. We know since Dobbs, women have been more activated and motivated.
Welcome back to the Takeout. Tom Bonnier is our special guest. All right, so Tom, because I know you know how to do this, I'm going to ask you two questions. Look at the early vote, and for someone who is favorably inclined to former President Trump, tell them the best thing that they could see in the early vote. And for someone who's inclined to Vice President Harris, tell them the best thing that they might be able to find within the early vote.
Well, I think what the Trump supporters and the Trump campaign are going to find as a positive in the early vote at this point is really the comparison to 2020. Because in the 2020 election, we know that Democrats just dominated the early vote. It was a method of voting that prior to 2020, Republicans really used to their significant advantage, especially in these Sunbelt states like Arizona, Nevada, Florida, Texas, where they would really get out their supporters, especially older voters, quite effectively. And it was, frankly, the envy of Democratic campaigns. And then we saw this shift in 2020 where Donald Trump convinced his supporters that mail voting was potentially fraudulent, that election day should just be a single day. And what we saw was Republicans basically held a mass evacuation from early voting. And then after the election, you saw a lot of Republican strategists say, look, in this close election, this probably cost us the election. We need to do something about it. And so the Republican Party invested significantly in turning that around. They tested it in Virginia in 2023 to mixed results. But Donald Trump himself has been changing his tune to the extent that that he stays on message on some elements in this. He's been quite on message telling people at least that they should vote in the way that they're comfortable. If you look at the Madison Square Garden rally, every speaker was encouraging voters to vote before Election Day. So they've put a lot into it. And you do see the results. You do see a shift where in many of these battleground states, Republicans are accounting for a larger share of the electorate than they did at this point 4 years ago. In Pennsylvania, that share increase is somewhere between 8 to 10 points. So it's happening. So I think Republicans are looking at that and they're feeling good about it. From the Democratic perspective, there was this expectation that this would happen, that it would shift more Republican. I think a couple things that Democrats are looking at when they see the magnitude of the shift. I think the Harris campaign looks at it and says, well, we expected it to be more Republican shifting to early voting. They look at the Republicans who are voting early and they say, well, look, these are mostly people who voted on Election Day 4 years ago. They're not generating new voters. And then I think they look at some of the demographics. They're seeing very big gender gaps. We know since Dobbs, women have been more activated and motivated. I think a Harris supporter who looks at this early vote and they see these large 10 to 12 point gender gaps in the early vote, they look at states like Michigan and Wisconsin that at this point appear to be more Democratic than they were 4 years ago. You're not seeing the Republican onslaught yet in those states, and they likely feel good about that as well.
I want to double back on something we discussed in the first segment, which is turnout. And I threw out a number, 170 nationally, but then I reminded myself that national number is less important than what the turnout will be in the 7 closely contested states. Do you expect that turnout in those 7 states will be at or above 2020 levels? Because that's really where the rubber is going to meet the road in this race.
Yeah, I'm glad you offered that distinction, because there is an interesting dynamic that's potentially developing. And in the end, we won't know until next week. To state the obvious, we won't know until Election Day. But what could potentially happen is higher turnout engagement, and that would not surprise me at this point. And in fact, I think that's more likely at this point to see more people voting for a number of reasons. Again, I think the intensity and enthusiasm is actually peaking above where it was in 2020 in these battleground states. You're seeing just, again, this push in early vote, which could add new voters at some point along the way to expand the electorate. And so I think that's an important element. Whereas in some of these non-competitive states or less competitive states, where, to be clear, they still have competitive races. If you're an American, there is a very good chance that you live somewhere where there is a competitive race across the board somewhere. But in states like New York, California, you're seeing less intensity at this point. It's not to say that it doesn't exist, but I wouldn't be surprised if turnout in those states falls short of where it was in 2020, maybe by not an insignificant amount. So that distinction is incredibly important.
What do we know, Tom, about registration overall and registration since Vice President Harris became the successor effectively to President Biden?
So I'm a big fan of digging into voter registration data because when we think about what we know from the polling, it just tells us that it's likely to be a very close race. And so then it becomes a question of voter engagement, intensity, and enthusiasm, everything we've been talking about in the early vote. The early vote data is helpful, but it has a lot of caveats that we mentioned. Well, the other data set that can be helpful to us is voter registration data, new voter registration. It's looking at not just the raw numbers of voter registration, because we know many states, especially in the battleground, have added something called automatic voter registration, where an individual will automatically be registered to vote. It depends on the state, but generally when they have some interaction with the government, getting a driver's license or something else. So those baseline numbers aren't as interesting as seeing the sort of deviations from the baseline, meaning if we look at the trends in voter registration and we see when they vary, that's telling us something about a group that, for some reason, is paying more close attention to this election, that they're more engaged, that it's changing. And so if you look at the past year, or I could even expand to the last 4 years since Joe Biden became president, Republicans were having great success in voter registration over most of that time period. They've been investing in voter registration efforts, especially in battleground states like Pennsylvania, North Carolina. And you've seen the results. You've seen them registering more voters. And frankly, over at least the first half of this year, you were looking at typically Democratic constituencies, younger voters, women, voters of color, were really not registering at the rates that they were in 2020. There was a big lag, and frankly, that was something that I think we saw reflected in the public polling data where President Biden was underperforming with these exact same voters. And then, after July 21st, when Vice President Harris assumed the top of the ticket and President Biden endorsed her, we saw in this immediate period afterwards these massive increases in registration, in some cases tripling registration rates among those exact same groups. So young women of color were showing the biggest increases, again, over 200% increases in registration relative to the same point in 2020. But broadly, all of those groups, younger voters, women, voters of color, were showing substantial increases. Where you really saw a spike in that first week of Vice President Harris's candidacy, but then after that spike leveled back down, it still was at, the registration rates were at a rate that were much higher than the baseline, either prior to the candidate change or even 2 to 4 years earlier. And that's been sustained really through now. We have to remember that in many states, you can still register to vote. Many states, you can register to vote up to and through Election Day. And so we're still seeing those high registration rates in those states.
And what do we know is the statistical probability of someone registering right before an election and their likelihood to participate in that very next election?
So we're able to look at this in the historic election data because we can see registration rates for voters. And again, we have the information of who cast a ballot, not for whom. And so we can look at 2020, and what we see is the new voter registrants in the last presidential election turned out at a rate of 83%. So it's a very high turnout rate. That's far above the national turnout of all registered voters. And, you know, these new registrants, again, keep in mind that entire pool includes everyone who registered to vote during that time period. Understanding that many of those new registrants were people who didn't actually intend to register, potentially. They just were getting a driver's license. If we were able to isolate those who are registering as part of these spikes, I'm confident you'd actually see a turnout rate that would be even above that very high 83%.
The voice of Tom Bonnier. When we come back for segment 3 of the Takeout, we're going to ask about what these new registered voters may mean to the ability of polls to actually capture where this race is when we come back.
Speaking as someone who has worked in the field of election data and analysis for 30 years now, I can tell you it's very difficult to get that right.
Welcome back to the Takeout. Tom Bonnier is our guest, and I hope you have enjoyed and will continue to enjoy what I hope is data-driven conversation. Tom is a Democrat. We've identified that at the top, but what we're working through is the actual data and what you can, perhaps, if you so choose, infer from it or take from it as this campaign draws to a close. So, Tom, everyone sees the polls who's watching this race. Within the polling data, are these newly registered voters likely to appear? Meaning, can pollsters actually find them, and is it possible that the surveys are missing them?
Yeah, so there's actually two elements to this answer. One is just a very functional answer of how pollsters do their work. And I promise not to go too deep into the weeds here. But in the end, almost every pollster at this point is pulling their samples, the lists of who they contact, whether it's an online survey or a cell phone survey or a landline survey or any other type of survey. They're generally pulling a list, what they call their sample, from a voter file. And what we know is while we get the information that I've been talking about with the early vote effectively in real time, new registration data generally lags. States will update their voter files at very different cadences. And so in some of these states, the file that they'll be working off of might not have been updated in 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And so anyone who is registered in that time period will not be on their list. Some states will update much more frequently, but even those states, I would say the average would probably be at least a 2-week lag. So they're not going to appear there. So there is some argument to be made that when you look at these registration changes, if there is a surge in registration, especially late in the election, that benefits one side or the other, that might not be picked up in the polling. In the end, new registrants will still be a relatively small share of the electorate. It depends on the historical elections, generally somewhere between 7 to 15% of the electorate. But that's enough in a race that's 50-50 in the polls to be able to potentially skew the results or see the results diverge from polling by enough. The other element to consider in this, in terms of these voters being included, is just the question of how the pollsters are approaching this. And even if they are on the list, are they assuming higher turnout from certain groups? And, that's potentially a longer conversation. But in the end, I think most of the polls that we are seeing in the public are taking a fairly safe approach to their estimation of the electorate. They're looking at what happened in 2020 in terms of turnout there. They're likely adjusting for some population changes and saying, here it is. This is our best estimate of what the electorate will look like.
And I've discussed on this program before, Tom, that I believe our industry does a terrible job of explaining to listeners and viewers what polls are really about. We don't spend enough time explaining the difference between registered voters in a poll or likely voters in a poll. But let's talk about likely voters. It seems to me that if a pollster is building a likely voter model, newly registered voters simply are not going to be in there, because unless they're in a state where they have just moved and they were registered before and they voted before, they might be in a likely voter model. But if they're brand new registrants, they're not going to be there, not captured at all.
That's right. Yeah, and every pollster will do this differently in terms of it's something that's half science and half art, building a likely voter model. And unfortunately, there's generally not a lot of transparency in how pollsters do this. And again, they all have slightly different ways of approaching this. But they're making a decision about what they think the electorate will look like. And speaking as someone who has worked in the field of election data and analysis for 30 years now, I can tell you it's very difficult to get that right, because it's not just the conversation you and I were having at the outset about roughly how many people we think are going to vote. For a likely voter poll, to accurately reflect what's going to happen. They have to predict accurately the division of the electorate by age, gender, race, ethnicity, educational attainment, ideology. There's so many different important elements that we know deeply impact political decision making. And if your poll doesn't perfectly reflect what actually is going to happen in turnout, we all focus on the margin of error, and we'll say that this poll result is inside or outside of the margin of error. The average poll will have a margin of error somewhere between 3 and 4 points. But that statistical calculation assumes that the pollster has perfectly sampled the likely electorate. What we know is almost no poll will perfectly sample the likely electorate. And so if the errors in their decisions of predicting turnout are more in favor of one party or another, what we're going to see is the actual error in these polls being potentially substantially more than 4 points.
So I went back, Tom, and I looked at the polls before the 2012 presidential election. That election day was November 6th. There were 14 polls released in our country from November 1st to November 6th. If you averaged those polls, Barack Obama had a 1.6 percentage point lead over Mitt Romney. If you took out 2 of the Democratic partisan polls that were in that matrix of 14, his average lead over Mitt Romney was 0.8%. As you well remember, Barack Obama won that election by 3.9 percentage points. I only bring that up to say that sometimes the analysis can look one way and the result a different way. Should that in any way inform our understanding or expectation about this election?
Oh, it absolutely should. If we fast forward the 12 years that have transpired since then, really this industry of poll analysis and aggregation has changed dramatically. It's exploded in a lot of ways, where you have many more participating in this, which I think in general is a good thing. But really, that exercise that you just walked us through is incredibly instructive, because for a long time there was just a notion that, you know, the axiom in our business is trust the averages. Or when we would see a poll that maybe looked like an outlier, people would generally say, well, just throw it into averages. And the notion was, well, any one individual poll has a pretty substantial potential to err. It's just the way these things work, for all the reasons I just mentioned and other reasons that I haven't mentioned. But the idea is, well, if we take a lot of good polls and we throw them together in an average, that's going to give us a good result. And generally, that's been historically better than any other method. But what we have found is that we can't necessarily trust these averages, at least to the extent that we used to be able to, because we have to consider the components of the averages. And what we've seen this election cycle, and we saw this also 2 years ago in 2022, is sort of 2 factors happening at the same time. Fewer high quality, nonpartisan public media surveys. It used to be that every big city newspaper would do public polls, and they're very high quality polls. That barely happens anymore. And at the same time, you're seeing a flood of partisan polls. And at this point, the partisan polls are coming almost exclusively from the right, from Republican pollsters. It's something that it's not to say that there aren't partisan Democratic polls, they exist. At this point, the ratio might be 10-1 in terms of Republican to Democratic. So the impact on the averages, or how these different poll aggregators are handling that phenomena, is really going to have an impact on where those averages end up, and therefore our understanding of where the election stands, which is why, even though the polls are generally converging around a very close 50-50 race, if you look at the different sources for aggregation, you're going to see different shades of gray that would favor one candidate or another.
That is the voice of Tom Bonnier, and we are going to continue our data-driven conversation. And when we come back, we're going to grapple with 2 questions. One, the euphoria in the Trump world, because they say he's always been underpolled, he always overperforms. That means he's coasting to victory, and what 2022 ought to tell us about what we might expect on election night. That's segment 4 when we come back.
The average poll in 2022 missed the actual result by 4.9 points.
Welcome back to the Takeout. Tom Bonnier is our special guest. We've identified him. He's a data specialist. He's a Democrat, but we're talking about numbers. We're not talking about partisanship. He does that at other venues, not here. So, you know this, Tom. Trump world's euphoric. 2016, the polls missed Trump. He overperformed. 2020, the polls missed Trump. He overperformed. There are all these folks out there that's going to come out of the woodwork. So if he's tied, he's rolling to victory. It's not even going to be close. Evaluate that.
Yeah, and you're right. That does seem to be a fairly popularly held opinion at this moment. Not just among Republicans, by the way. I think there are a lot of people.
There's a considerable Democratic freak out about that as well.
Yeah, and in the end, it wouldn't be October without a Democratic freak out. So that's the case. That's the bullish case for the Trump campaign. And it's a real thing. Again, as you said, the polls in 2016 and 2020 did dramatically underestimate Trump support. I think some important context on that, though. In 2016, it happened for a very specific reason. The polls didn't actually consider stratification of educational attainment among white voters, not to get too deep into the weeds, but it was something that ended up being very important in predicting Trump support. Trump just did so well with less educated white voters and did frankly worse with more educated white voters. And what we found was the polls that didn't make a distinction when they were building their likely voter models included too many of the more educated white voters. So they created a picture that just looked better for Hillary Clinton. And in the end, we know what happened. In 2020, the dynamic in terms of the end result was the same, but they had already accounted for that. They had corrected for that problem and then found another problem. And in the end, there actually isn't a consensus on exactly why it happened in 2020. There are various theories. Democrats were more likely to be home because of COVID, therefore more likely to take surveys, so they were overrepresented in surveys. There were different elements of that. But the point is, those two things, the polling industry has worked very hard to correct for those issues. Some believe that they might have overcorrected for those issues. We can look at the history here, and there's not much of a history of polling error being consistent or really correlated to any individual candidate or from cycle to cycle. In fact, what we saw in those two cycles in a row generally doesn't even happen by itself. We can also look at what has happened in the last 2 years, where you've actually seen now polling error in the opposite direction.
Which leads us to 2022. What, if anything, should my audience consider when thinking about what they're seeing before them now and what they saw before them a week before the 2022 midterms?
Well, and I think, for those who are looking to make the bullish case for the Harris campaign, for the polls underestimating the Harris campaign, I think this is key to understanding. Because as we all likely recall, the Dobbs decision that effectively struck down Roe versus Wade, it was handed down by the Supreme Court in June of 2022. And we knew at that moment that it would radically reshape American politics, but we didn't know exactly how. And so 2022 offered that first test of it electorally. And you saw fairly consistently Democrats overperforming the polls, beginning with elections in August. An election on abortion rights in Kansas is the first test. Democrats picking up special elections in the House in upstate New York, winning a House seat in Alaska. And then in the end, the actual November election results, where the fundamentals and the polls predicted a red wave election. They predicted Republicans taking back the Senate, winning significant margins in the House of Representatives. And that didn't happen. It was actually a fairly split election night where Republicans had plenty of things to be happy about, and Democrats, surprisingly, had lots of things to be happy about, overperforming in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona, incumbent senators and governors winning, in the House ending up very close. The average poll in 2022 missed the actual result by 4.9 points. So outside of that margin of error, and that in my mind is a pretty big miss. We were told after the fact that was actually a pretty good night for polls, so I guess we need to take that into consideration. Since then, we can fast forward even past 2022. If you look at the Republican primary, what we saw was Donald Trump actually underperforming the polls pretty substantially in Republican primaries. Now, I want to be clear. Primary polling is much more difficult than general election polling because of the questions of turnout. So I wouldn't argue that we should expect to see that carry over into election day this year. But it's another important data point that we have this world of the argument from the Trump campaign that he consistently overperforms polls, and arguments from the Harris campaign and Democrats that while since Dobbs, you've seen Democrats consistently outperform the polls. And so they are both valid points. Either one potentially could be true, and we'll find out on Tuesday.
So, Tom, we've got about 2 minutes left in this segment before we wrap up and then go to the Takeout Outtake Especial. So I want to ask you to do this. Imagine you're at a conference table and the Trump campaign is across from you, an unlikely scenario, I grant you. But tell them the thing they should be most concerned about a week out, and then imagine yourself at a conference table and it's the Harris campaign across the table, the one thing they should be most concerned about a week out.
So I think for the Trump campaign, again, I think when they look at the early vote data, the Trump campaign has built this strategy that's a little bit risky. And I'm not sure to what extent, everyone is aware of this, but we've seen him go on Joe Rogan in the last week. We've seen him go on a lot of these podcasts that are targeted towards younger men. Keeping in mind that the Republican, the campaign here is, they're building out of a 7 million vote deficit from 4 years ago, where they need to change the electorate. So I'm not saying it's the wrong strategy, but we know the strategy of engaging and turning out younger men is a tough one. They're the lowest turnout propensity group out there, and we're not seeing them come out in the early vote yet. Now, maybe they just won't come out in the early vote and they'll come out on election day. But if I'm talking to them about what they need to be worried about, I'd say you got to look at these voters and make sure you have a way to get them out on election day. From the Harris campaign perspective, it's a little bit of the flip side of that coin. As I said before, Democrats dominated the early vote to great success in 2020. There's been a movement away from that among Democrats. And so what it means is the Harris campaign goes into election day needing higher turnout, especially from younger voters, voters of color, women. Now, they feel optimistic about this, I'm sure, because these are the voters who have been engaged and activated since Dobbs, and their expectation is they will come out on election day. But going into election day, that's something. It just means they've got more work to do than they had to do 4 years ago.
And that is the fundamental work of any successful campaign. Not only knowing who your likely voters are, but making sure they are persuaded, activated, and they actually participate. Tom Bonnier, it's been a pleasure. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for the Takeout Outtake Especial. That is next.
Every election has some number of surprises. In this, I think the atmosphere is ripe for potentially more.
Welcome to your Takeout Outtake Especial. If you're here, you want to hear more from Tom Bonnier. I know I do. So, Tom, it's election night. What are you watching in those early hours, let's say 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern?
So what I'm watching, it's we've been talking a lot about the early vote. And like I said, because we know who is actually voted and we have our partisan models, we have all the information on who they are, which tells us some level of what we expect in terms of candidate support. We talked about crossover voting earlier. There have been a lot of public polls that have suggested that Vice President Harris is potentially outperforming generic partisanship in the early vote. And by the way, I'm not sure I trust that at this point for a lot of the reasons we discussed with the public polling. But one of the first things I'm looking at, many of these states now can count their early and mail ballots before Election Day. And so what we'll expect to see very soon after the polls close in some of these states, Michigan's a great example of this, is a big dump on reporting the candidate support numbers among those early voters. And so I'll be looking at that and comparing it to our election models to see which candidate is outperforming that generic partisanship. That'll be a very good sign depending on the degree of the outperformance for whoever is seeing that happen.
What do you categorize in your own mind, Tom, as a potential election night surprise?
Well, in an election like this, where the polls are so close, where we have such a dynamic environment, where you have bases that are engaged, and where you have the sort of questions that we've talked about in terms of potential polling error, with the big pro-democratic era in the last two presidential cycles, and what's happened since Dobbs that have favored Democrats, I do think we'll see surprises. I mean, every election has some number of surprises. In this, I think the atmosphere is ripe for potentially more. And so, you know, Democrats always at this time of year, we turn our eyes to Texas and Florida. I'll keep maybe one eye on those states to see if there is a surprise in those Senate races. In the House, we know there are always a few surprises. We saw it 2 years ago, but I think we will likely see more surprises in this election than we have in prior presidential elections.
Do you agree with me that North Carolina may be a fulcrum in our understanding of the night?
Yeah, North Carolina, incredibly important. You know, it's one that was a little bit later coming onto the screen in terms of a battleground state, but it has been fully there for months now, at least since Vice President Harris assumed the top of the ticket, kind of similar to Georgia 4 years ago. So, yeah, I think North Carolina is a great one to be watching.
Tom Bonnier, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so very much, and have a very good election night.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week, folks.
Hello everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on ELK Stack tutorial by IntelliPad. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us. Now let's begin with the agenda. Firstly, we'll start with Introduction to ELK, where we will discuss what actually ELK is and what are its uses in cloud computing. Post that, we'll discuss the components of ELK, that is Elasticsearch, Logstash and Kibana. Then we'll move on to ELK Flow. We'll also be performing a hands-on demo on single node installation with Elasticsearch, Kibana and Logstash beats. Post that, we'll learn how to analyze log data. And finally, we'll discuss some details about filter plugins. So guys, this is the agenda. Now, let's begin with the session.
So what is ELK? So the ELK stack is a group of open source products from Elastic. So what is Elastic? Elastic is a company name which is designed to help users take data from any kind of data source in any format and search, analyze and visualize the data in real time. So there's a huge difference, okay, where existing products which are there in the market to what ELK stack has achieved. Okay, so ELK stack can help you analyze data in real time, okay, which is the biggest advantage you have when compared to you using any kind of a any relational database system kind of a tool which is going to help you understand your data in real time. So, and Elastic Stack, right, the heart of Elastic Stack is something called as the Elasticsearch. In the ELK stack or Elastic Stack, there is one product called Elasticsearch which is going to drive everything. It was created by someone, and that is a very powerful way, and which is completely different way than what we are currently running. Okay, so this is mainly used for analysis and search, analyze and visualize. So this is specifically used for log analysis, and ELK is the world's most dominantly used log analysis tool in the market, and it completely trumps Splunk or everyone in the market share because the ELK is completely free of cost. And yes, ELK stack will represent a steep learning curve. Why steep learning curve? Because you need to set up everything, all the building blocks, right? You need to do that. But when you go to Splunk, right, you can directly go and install Splunk. Within a couple of hours itself, you can have up and running, because since you are paying a lot of licensing cost for Splunk, right, Splunk will do most of the activities for you, free of you. Most of them will be pre-configured and everything will be ready to be used out of the box, like dashboards, all these things. But here in the Elastic Stack, there's a considerable amount of a steep learning curve, because the ELK is made of 3 different parts, and these 3 different tools should be interconnected. Then you need to do a lot of tweaking, all these things. But as I told again, by putting this extra effort, right, what happens is you get some rewards or gains which is going to be highly useful, which is not going to be available from any other underlying infrastructure software in a company. So today, earlier, right, ELK Stack as a company has started only to provide log analysis, but today it has branched out into so many kind of situations that it's going to be highly useful. And from Facebook to Netflix, right, there are thousands of companies today who are actively using ELK Stack in their enterprises, ranging from analysis and product search or enterprise word search or monitoring, APM. Okay, so there are different what you call situations today. ELK Stack is used by most of the companies, and we'll see that. Okay, and Elastic was founded in Amsterdam in 2012, and that company was formed to support the development of Elasticsearch. Okay, and it's related to all the commercial and services. So initially, Elasticsearch, right, was a one important application, and that important application is the core of everything, which is called a Elasticsearch. So ELK means it is a 3 tools case. Okay, and I hope you have known by now, and that is Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana, and slowly it changed again later. So the main 4 components of Elastic Stack is Elasticsearch. Okay, this is a component which is going to store the data in Elasticsearch. So this component will store the data. Logstash is kind of a person who's going to feed the data, like your Splunk feeder jobs. So this person is also a very important component where he is going to read the data from various sources, and then he can write to various sources, and he will write into the Elasticsearch. So this person is going to actually get the data from various sources, and he'll not just get the data in a plain format. He also can transform the data, or he can also modify or filter the data, and then he can store it to various outputs. And one of the most common output for Logstash is Elasticsearch, because Logstash is going to collect the information and store it to Elasticsearch. Then the Kibana is a graphical user interface. It is only an application which is going to provide visual interface, and it will do a lot. Why? Because you have a lot of data, but until unless you don't get meaningful insights from it, it's waste of doing any search. That's why Kibana is also a very important component where it is going to be used as a visual interface to all the data we are going to collect. And Beats is a new component, but it's already now more than 3 years now, 3 to 4 years. These are lightweight data shippers, okay, that sit on different servers and send data to Elasticsearch directly. So Elasticsearch here is, as I told you, the heart of ELK stack, which is going to be a very high powerful database, which is a NoSQL database. And Beats are these small lightweight agents which are single applications without no dependency, where they are going to keep sending the information to your Elasticsearch. They are going to be directly sending, the Elasticsearch is going to save that. Okay, and yes, we will talk in a lot more detail than this. Okay, because understanding your ELK stack architecture or components, or what is the importance of it, is very critical. Okay, let's talk about a problem statement, like how is my what you call ELK stack going to help me. Okay, so that once we understand the kind of problem statements, so that you'll better understand. Okay, let's take that. Okay, your customers are looking for product information, okay, from the business with huge product catalog. So you have an e-commerce site, okay, where the customers are looking for product information, and you have a huge product base, okay, and you also have a huge client base where you're facing an issue with the long time in the product information retrieval, because Amazon has a millions of products as a listed, right? It's going to be hard time for retrieving. So what happens is this is going to lead to a poor user experience, in turn going to miss the potential customer. So you may also potentially lose the customer, because if it is slow, the customer may not be interested anymore, or he may not be as interested in browsing your site, and he will lose the interest and he may go to another site. So what happens is the lag in the search, right, is attributed to your relational database used for your product design. So where the data is scattered among multiple tables, and the retrieval of meaning user information requires fetching from them, right? Because we all know everyone uses an RDBMS, a relational database management system, and the most popular of all is Oracle, right? That's common. There's no logic also because Oracle earns billions of dollars, and in today 2020 also, Oracle is the most stable application. SAP uses it, okay? Everyone uses it, okay? Because everyone trusts it. So it's so trusting that, okay, everyone uses it as their backend. It means that using these kind of relational database systems for retrieving your product information is going to slow down, and it's going to be the main culprit for that slowness in your product search. So why? Because your relational database, right, works comparatively slow when you are going to look for a huge amount of data and you're going to fetch that search results. And what are we going to do? We are going to do this through query. I'm going to send a query from the database business application, and what happens is it is becoming slow, and it is slow. That's where the businesses have started looking for alternative ways where the data stored is in a such a way that it can be quickly retrieved. This can be achieved through a NoSQL database rather than a RDBMS database. And SQL has some kind of properties, right? You know, ACID properties. SQL is based on ACID properties. ACID are for these four pillars, right? Means your SQL should be built on these four rules. Okay, ACID. That's a foundation. Okay, atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Okay, so your SQL is based on these four properties, and any SQL server means any structured query language which is going to follow these ACID rules will be your relational database management system, and your Microsoft SQL, MySQL, or your Oracle DB, all of them follow these ACID properties because those are the core principles of how your database management system should run, where everything has this proper schema. Okay, and remember that whenever we are going to create a database, right, we always first decide on the schema, because what is going to be your schema is going to be the one of the most important things for your application development. See, a lot of people think that, okay, if I tell you that, okay, I'm creating an e-commerce application, okay, for the e-commerce application, what will be there is three tiers, okay, the database tier, the application tier, and the web tier. Database tab where you're going to store the data of the customer or my products. My application layer where the actual business logic we write, how the user should be searched, how the content should be processed, everything. So the main business logic of that whole e-commerce application will be written in your application layer. And web layer is the how are you going to display the information in a UI. Okay, so which component do you think is the most complicated to be designed in these three components, right? Which component do you think is most important to be designed? It's your database. Why? Because the Java applications are nothing but they are only about applications which people write to query upon the database. See, if you have created a proper database with a perfect schema, it is easy for your developers to write Java code to retrieve, because literally 99% of the time, any Java application most of the time will deal with a database. Either it is updating the information, pulling the information, or creating it or deleting it. Okay, you know the CRUD, right? Most of the time, right, any request originating from a Java application most of the times has a CRUD operation. Either you may need to create some data. Creating means if you have bought something, it will be adding an additional create table because it will be adding as a new data because you purchase something. It will be written into the database. It's a create. Read, you're just reading your account information or your address information, or you're just reading your past 6 months purchase history. Or update, you're changing your personal details or home address details or mobile number, doesn't matter. And delete, you are canceling your what you call your order. You placed yesterday, you're canceling it, so it's a delete. So it will literally go through any of this. So it means that you should properly design your schema, and around that schema you write a Java application which is going to actually read the data and show it to the customer. So this way, right, we have done from very long time, but now what happens is people wanted a new way, because not every time, right, we were having structured data. We had a lot of unstructured data, and this unstructured data started becoming increased highly. Okay, for like 7 or 8 years back, right, there was not much unstructured data to be processed, but today we have petabytes of information which is specifically unstructured data. And unstructured data cannot be properly maintained by NoSQL, by normal SQL, because a SQL needs a proper schema. Okay, means what is the row, column, everything, what is the primary row, everything should be properly defined, otherwise you can't store the data. And it should always have the same column, number of columns. if you all the data should only have 4 columns. If any of the data has 5 columns, you can't store the data in the table because the table only accepts 4 row data, or sorry, 4 column data. So means SQL expects you to have a specific what you call number of rows, everything, the type of the data, everything. But the NoSQL doesn't care about it because it is an alternative to SQL and it doesn't have any schema. No schema means there is no set rule that that the customer ID should only be number only, or the customer ID should only be name only. It can be name, number, and one customer can have 4 columns and one customer can have 6 columns. So it can completely change. So the NoSQL is an approach to a database where we can accommodate wide variety of data, including key value, document, columnar, and graph format. Columnar means data which is in a column wide. So the columnar and graph means it will look like this, guys. This is a graph database. In the graph database, the data will be stored in this kind of relationships. Yes, today we have databases which are going to use which the data is stored in this kind of graphs, which is interrelated nodes. Why this also having special use cases? In that use case only will be used. And if you want to see the columnar, right, the columnar is going to be completely huge columns of data. Column storage is like this. So the columnar storage again is going to be huge columns of data. It won't be there rows. It will be in the opposite column. So more columns will be there, less rows will be there. So that time you're going to use a columnar storage. Means one user will have a lot of records. Means one customer will be there. His information will be a large amount of information with each column. So that time use a columnar database. So these all kind of databases, right, are cat_, NoSQL, where they don't have any set schema at all. And they are not required to follow any schema. And large scale companies initially started using, but today most of the companies have use cases. And if you have heard the term MongoDB, right, the MongoDB is the world's most popular NoSQL database. He has become so popular now. He's the 4th most popular database. So the usage of MongoDB has eclipsed a lot now, and lot of people use it. Means that is the most commonly used NoSQL database. In a NoSQL database, right, the data will be stored in the JSON format. So you all know JSON. How does JSON format looks like? So the JSON, right, is one of the world's most important interchangeable format. Why JSON is important is without JSON we can't live for a second also, not even nanosecond. The JSON is that JavaScript object notation, which is that you can think it as like interchangeable format. See, today, right, no company has the same programming language. See, when you go to your Uber application, right, what happens is the Uber application is going to send some information to the Google to retrieve the data, because when you go to Uber, right, whatever the maps you see is not only the Uber is going to request Google Maps to show the maps information. On top of it, Uber will overlay his information, like putting the car symbol, but actually that maps is not his own maps. He's going to use Google Maps. So when different companies applications, or within your company different applications want to talk to a different application which are written in different programming languages or complete different stack, everything, right, people wanted them to talk in a highly simplified way, and JSON became that. So it doesn't matter what programming language you're writing, you ask a question in a JSON format to a person, and the other person is going to accept your request, understand your request, again he's going to respond back in the JSON format. So the JSON format today is the interchangeable format used by the human tech readable programs. And this is the standard on top of which the whole world today runs. So it doesn't matter, you can output a JSON request and you can also read the JSON request and understand that information and process that. And that's the main reason for JSON. So JSON is not a programming language, it is a small syntax based what you call language, which is only going to use to represent data. To only represent data, JSON is used. JSON is not a programming language. So a JSON data will look something like this. So it is a proper representation of your JSON. A JSON always opens and closes with your curly braces. And this is a one record in JSON. Description, mode, name, type. So this is one record, this is one record. So normally in your SQL, right, what happens, it will show you table. In the table it will be like this. Description will be one column, mode will be one column, name will be one column, type will be one column. But here the JSON is going to represent the data in this format. This has a clear use case where it is going to in real time search for your applications. Okay, and Elasticsearch, in the Elasticsearch, right, all the components, this is the main component, guys. Okay, this is going to drive everything because he has the capability to respond to your queries near real time. You loaded, like for example, let's take a 1 terabyte data or 2 terabytes of data or even 100 terabytes of data. Okay, and you requested for something, you ran a query, that query will run within seconds or less than a second. That is the capability of Elasticsearch, because the Elasticsearch doesn't store the information in a relational way, it stores the way in a non-relational way in the JSON format. So in a typical SQL, right, what happens, you run a select command, you write select star or select city from, for example, from list of cities. So that will be sent to the your database server, and the database is going to send you back. But what happens with Elasticsearch is the Elasticsearch is a document oriented database designed to store, retrieve and manage document oriented or semi document oriented information in real time, because you store the data in the Elasticsearch in a JSON document format. Okay, so any information which is being fed into Elasticsearch will be stored in a JSON format, whatever it is, your application logs or your server logs, anything, it will be fed to JSON and store it as a JSON, and then your query which is written. So this is a schemaless and uses some basic defaults to index, which it will have some basic indexing by itself and it will use it. Okay, and in the background your Elasticsearch is based on one important component called as a Apache Lucene. The Apache Lucene is this important search engine which is built in the Java, and that is your heart of your Elasticsearch. So Apache Lucene is a text engine or search engine. Okay, so this is a core, okay, which is going to be driving your Elasticsearch. Okay, so this is Apache Lucene. This is an open source product, and this product is heart of your Elasticsearch. Apache Lucene is a highly performance, full featured text search engine library written entirely in Java. Okay, so someone has written a small Java program which is highly efficient, highly performance, and it has a fully featured text search. Okay, and Elasticsearch is based on this Apache Lucene. Okay, let's go to a little bit deep dive into architecture. Okay, so the Elastic Stack has 4 important components. Before, earlier people used to call it as a ELK stack, but once beats came, right, people have changed the term. So let me show you. First, let us see this one, and then we'll go there. So until 2015, right, people used to call it ELK stack, but after 2016, right, the ELK stack has been renamed to Elastic Stack, which is something you should remember, or you should going forward only call it as Elastic Stack but not ELK stack. Why? Because see, the ELK stack, the whole story began with the Elasticsearch. I told you the Elasticsearch is nothing but it is an open source distributed JSON based search engine. Okay, so this guy is a very highly powerful search engine. Means like Google search you have, right? Google search is also a powerful search engine. A search engine is nothing but was knowledge to search on top of a huge amounts of data with less latency, and that's what this is. Then it increased to Logstash and Kibana. So once ELK stack was only having 3 components: the Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. But later that community got expanded and the use cases increased. Then they added Beats to ELK. This brought an additional tool. So once the Beats product was added to these 3 products additionally, so they thought that ELK was no longer needed because there is 4th name. So instead of putting ELKB stack, something like that, they told Elastic Stack. So the Elastic Stack is a ELK stack, but with more flexibility to do great things. So this has been renamed to accommodate additional component which came as Beats. The Beats is a small component which we'll discuss in detail, and which is going to be useful for gathering and sending the information, and you're going to store it. Okay, so you need to call it as an Elastic Stack now. You should not call ELK stack. And this component, right, you see the base components will be always the Beats and Logstash. Why Beats and Logstash? Because those guys are going to be the persons who are actually going to retrieve the data and process the data and send it to Elasticsearch. The Elasticsearch is a component which is going to store, search, and analyze. Okay, so he's going to be the heart of every product. So Elasticsearch is an application who is going to store information in the JSON format, and when you ask him also, he will respond to you back within nanoseconds or milliseconds of time with the appropriate information. And Kibana is this tool which is used to visualize and manage our application data. Okay, we can visualize it. Means through Kibana we can create dashboards, okay, visualizations, which are very good visualizations. Okay, so the Kibana has a very good visualizations available, which are missing from every product in the market. Means there are a lot of different kinds of graphs, okay, dashboards and UI boards you have, through which you can exactly represent the data in the most easiest and intuitive way, so that the business people or the non-technical people can consume that information, right? Not every time you want to search, you want to sometimes only show that in a meaningful way. But remember that people use Elasticsearch also extensively to search. Okay, that is why when you go to Elasticstack company, right, they tell Elasticstack is a search company. So they can't tell them it's a search company, because they help you search a lot of information in a very short amount of time. And let's see that architecture. Okay, so the ELK flow. So you have 3 servers. Okay, in these 3 servers you need information, and you have the information about your log information. So when you write a Java application or any application, even a .NET application, what happens? Application logging is very critical. Through application logging only, we can actually know whether was some information, there was some issue midnight or yesterday, or during any point of time during the application runtime. So now you have faced a situation that, okay, that the production services are not working correctly. So once you get this message, right, what happens? We log into all the servers where that application is running, and we are going to always troubleshoot through the logs itself, because the application logs are the first point of troubleshooting in any company. But that application may be running in 8 servers, because it is distributed application or high availability application. You can't go to each and every server and search it. It's going to take long time. And also, since that logs are separated, right, you can't know what will happen if that all the logs are combined and you search it on top of it. And that's where one of the most basic or the fundamental use case of ELK arises. Analyzing logs at scale combinedly from a single location. So you can combine all the 8 application logs into a single location, and you can then search or query upon it to get meaningful insights in a very simple and efficient manner. And not just about it's going to be historical data, it will allow you to search in real time. So you can keep feeding your ELK stack and can keep searching it in real time. So this is not about old data, guys. Okay, a lot of times, right, people talk about some old data, so the data which was collected, but ELK stack constantly collects, constantly stores, constantly allows you to analyze at near real time. So in real time, you can install the Beats application. A Beats application is a small application who is responsible to gather the information from any source, and it's going to send it to the Elasticstack directly. Or else, if you need some kind of transformation, means some filtering you should do, means the data you gather directly is not in a usable format, you need to either cut it or transform it in some other way. Then you'll send it to Logstash. The Logstash will filter it, transform, and then the Logstash will store it to Elasticsearch. If the information is already very good, you can write away store. The Beats can directly send it to Elasticsearch to store it. And the Elasticsearch, as I told you, is a search engine who can store information, and it's going to store that information. And then through Kibana, I'm going to visualize it. Clear? So in Splunk, right, you don't have this kind of different things. In Splunk, you download the Splunk installer, you install it, done, right? And how does the Splunk licensing works, guys? As you know, how am I going to pay the money to Splunk? On what basis? Means if you are processing daily 15 GB of data, or if you are feeding 15 GB of data into Splunk, and 15 GB of data is being processed and stored into the Splunk's own format, then you pay that much money. That is why Splunk quickly becomes a very costly thing. Okay, and a lot of companies are not even interested in spending a penny for their log analysis product or log analysis aspect of their enterprise. That is why ELK stack is crazily popular, because I have done a Splunk a couple of years back, and we used to easily reach the threshold. And Splunk used to create a kind of a notification, how many times you have breached your data in the last 15 days, and that information will be actually sent to Splunk, and Splunk will again ask you to pay more money. Okay, and Splunk also very easy to install. Once you install, you can dedicate all this hot storage, cold storage, what is your cluster, and where you want to store. You know that means you have a single UI console, all the cluster information will be there. But here also, this is also easy to install, but to maintain in real time, you need to put little more effort. Okay, so let's talk about this products in detail. Okay, so the Elasticsearch, as I already told you, this is based on open source application called Apache Lucene. Okay, the Apache Lucene is a search engine who can process JSON text. and Elasticsearch was taken to create that Elasticsearch application. They took that Apache Lucene and they did a lot of modifications to it, and that has become the core of Elasticsearch. And it can also be used as NoSQL database and analytics engine. And remember that don't try to use Elasticsearch as your application data. Means don't store your customer information. You can store it, but it's not efficient. It's efficient for searching and analyzing, but not for generalized purpose. Yes, if you really want to use it, you can use, but never try to use Elasticsearch for your general purpose. The general purpose, your SQL database is always good, but the kind of search activities and analyzing activities, right, which is your Elasticsearch is going to be very popular. Okay, and the purpose, as I told you, is Elasticsearch is basically schemaless, and it works in near real time, and it has a RESTful interface. What is RESTful interface? What does it mean? The REST is again very important, and if you know, right, the whole internet works on REST API today. Whole internet works on REST API. REST is nothing but it is an application programming interface that is going to use HTTP request for your information gathering or to your information request. See, there are two applications they want to talk to each other. Okay, we have your RPC protocol, TCP protocol, your what you call SSH. Okay, so there are different kinds of protocols available today for applications to talk each other either in the same location or in the same data center or completely in a different geography, but we fundamentally need a set of rules on how we can communicate to each other. That is a standard, and that's called protocol. But increasingly, right, people started talking only on the internet. So people wanted a lot more simplified and efficient way of communication, and it wanted a simplified way of interface. And that's where the RESTful started. The REST is an API. What does API mean? The set of exact rules on how can application can be communicated with. So if you want me to talk to, I am going to lay down some ground rules, and those ground rules are APIs. How can you communicate with that? What is the syntax? How can I reach out to it? What is the protocol? What is the port? What is the syntax? What is this? Everything is defined through API. So APIs expose your application to internal applicants or the external applications. The REST API means it's a REST application interface that uses HTTP request to perform the operations through get, put, post, and delete data. The RESTful API, also in short form, people call it as a REST API, is based on a representational state transfer technology where the architectural style of approach to the communication is used through web services development. So whenever you see web services where you use the REST, and the REST uses again, see, REST is a set of rules how can people communicate over HTTP protocol, but when they're communicating the API, everything, the data which they communicate is JSON. So that is why the REST API and JSON they move hand in hand, because the REST APIs are web services which are going to ensure that different applications are going to talk to each other. They have told we will use HTTP protocol as a communication medium, and for our web service communication, or one web service to talk to other web service, and they told the data we will use is JSON. That is why wherever you see JSON, REST API, they all come together. And understanding your HTTP protocol is that is why very critical today. Today, HTTP protocol has become the foundation of every service talking to every service, because you can simply set it up, and it's easy to secure by putting SSL on top of it, and it's easy to understand. Means the HTTP protocol is very easy to understand. Means anyone can right away understand. You don't need a very complex knowledge to understand it. That's why today even internal communication in your companies are today happening on HTTP protocol. And that is the foundation of your microservices and whole Kubernetes Docker world. They all also talk to REST API only. Today, it is mandatory that any Java application or any application you write today can only be interfered or interfaced through REST API. So you wrote a small application, okay, a calculator application. So if someone wants to ask you a question, they should ask you in a REST API question only, and that question should be in JSON format only. Today is the industry standard. I don't care what programming language you used. I only expect you to accept a request over HTTP protocol to a REST API with a JSON format. By following this standard, right, people have drastically simplified their communication. Okay, that's your REST, and these are very important. The REST, right, the REST API, your JSON, your microservice, right, that's where the industry is moving, and that's something you should know. And it's not very complicated, because REST is basically a set of rules only. You need to use it. So means this guy can be talked through your HTTP protocol. So he will respond to your HTTP protocol, and you can ask him questions, and which helps us interact with multiple interfaces. So I can ask a question from my browser to Elasticsearch. Even also I can ask from command line. You know curl command, curl wget, you know these two commands? Yes. The curl command, right? You sometimes as a developers, right? You guys use curl http colon, right? To check whether a service is running or not, right? So the curl command is a small Linux utility which operates on HTTP protocol. So you can ask questions through curl to any application who is responding on HTTP protocol is going to respond back to you with that answer, and we'll see that. Okay. And your Elasticsearch, right, is a analytics engine where you can run a query or a search against that, and you can retrieve that information. And it stores your data in the most optimized way. Elasticsearch, right, I told you, is one person is going to store and allow you to retrieve. But when it is storing that information, it is going to store in a highly efficient way so that you can read it. And your implementation of your what you call database, right, is in a lot different way, because Elasticsearch will keep ingesting the data. Let's go to the next component, the Kibana. So Kibana, I told you, is completely a UI graphical user interface application, okay, where you can do a lot of things. When Kibana was first released, right, it was only used to create charts and histogram. Histogram, you know histograms, right? Since you guys are already Splunk, so you know different ways of displaying the information, right? So histogram is also one way of displaying information. You can use pie charts, you can use what you call dial, right? It shows you like a speedometer. That is also one kind of representation, and histograms are one kind of charts are representation. So it used to only have first charts and histograms, but with each update, right, the Kibana has evolved now, which has a lot of important features that make Kibana stand out of the crowd. Okay. And if you really want, Kibana also can work in a standalone mode, but it's highly effective when it's only working in tandem with the other two components, Elasticsearch and your Logstash. So let's talk about these main features where Kibana is useful to you. Okay, it will help you discover your data by exploring it. So you can explore your data visually. Okay, what are the data Elasticsearch store, right? I can see that visually. We can analyze your data by applying different metrics. Yes, I can in real time apply metrics and see the output, and I can visualize the data by creating different kinds of charts. Chart here is nothing but a dashboard. Okay, in terms of Kibana, we call it as a dashboard. And you can apply machine learning on the data and get anomalies of future trends. Yes, you have machine learning features in ELK stack, which is a paid feature, but your company, since you are already going with Elasticsearch, most of the companies go with the Elasticsearch paid only. But as I told you, if you don't want to use only some features, some advanced features, Elasticsearch is completely free of cost. You can deploy as large cluster as you want. But there are some features, right? Because Elasticsearch also is a company who should also pay salaries to his employees. So he can't release everything free, right? So you should put something aside which you feel that, okay, you're compelled to pay money. That machine learning, some important features he has he has hidden from the customers in the open source version, and if you pay money only, he'll give you that, because again, that company should run sustained, right? So that's why. And you can monitor your application through APM, application performance monitoring. Means when you write a Java application, you're not just interested in knowing whether Java is running or not. You also want to know what is what is happening inside the Java code. That is possible. All of these things can be possible through your Kibana, which is mostly about allowing you to see the information in visual way, and also visualizing them through different charts. The Logstash, I told you, is the actual data pipeline that can take the data input from various sources, filter it, and output into various sources. Means Logstash also can be used independently, and it can be used as an input to Kafka or any other databases. Okay, so Apache Kafka is also a very popular tool in the market today, which is related to big data, but we'll not go there. But Logstash can work independently because it's a small software which constantly reads data from an input and sends that input data to multiple different kinds of outputs. But again, Logstash will work better when it is used together in this ELK stack, and it can also take the data which has been collected and sent to other sources other than the Elasticsearch. The Logstash is very important to this, okay, because he's the primary person who is going to be the person who's doing all the hard work and collecting information from everywhere and properly feeding that information to the Elasticsearch. So Logstash is that person who is going to act as a Splunk feeder jobs. Okay, in the Splunk you have feeder jobs, right, where you install that, it will constantly collect. But here it's separately having its own name called Logstash. Okay, and we can take any type of data using Logstash. Okay, structured, unstructured, anything. It doesn't tell, okay, I need this information with this structure only, because it is NoSQL. It accepts any data, any unstructured data is happily ingested into Logstash, and it will be stored in your Elasticsearch. And beats, I told you, Logstash became, once ELK stack became popular, right? The Logstash became a thick application. Means it was very, very hard for people to install Logstash everywhere because it was consuming a lot of RAM and CPU, and it became a thick application. So they wanted a very simple, efficient, lightweight application, and that's where the Beats came. See, Logstash is going to be, it can fulfill any kind of a requirement, but your Beats, right, is a purpose-built small applications. There is one bit called file bit, there is network bit. So the bits, right, are small applications which are single purpose built lightweight data shippers that are used to get the data from the different servers and then send it to the Elasticsearch. So the bits can be installed on all of your remote servers in a company, and it is a lightweight agent which sends information to the, either it can send the data to Logstash or Elasticsearch. They gather from the machine on which they are installed and send the data to Logstash, which can then be passed or transformed the data before sending to Elasticsearch. Or you can send the beats directly to the Elasticsearch. Okay, and the beats have been very instrumental in making Elasticsearch popular, because in Logstash, right, you need to do some transformation. You need to write some logic of where is the code, where is the data available, how should I read it, and where should I send it. So you need to write some logic. But your beats, right, it is out of the box, very simple to set up. So that's why there are a lot of beats, and these are all the different kinds of beats. There is a beat called file beat. The file beat is the most popular of all the beats because he's going to take or ingest log data and send it to Elasticsearch to store it. These guys are very light in weight, guys. Okay, no one will ever complain you, your application team or any database team or any team will never complain that, okay, guys, you installed the agent on our server, that guy is taking a lot of RAM, is a complaint you'll never get. And it does not have any dependencies. It's very lightweight. There is one thing called metric bit. The metrics bit will gather the metrics from your server. Metrics means your CPU, memory, file system, all of them is a metrics bit, a small tool. And packet bit is going to gather the network data. The networking is also very important because hackings happen most of the time on the networks. Windows event means, right, in Windows server or Windows laptop, right, there are events happening, okay, which is going to be gathered by your Windows laptop or Windows server. This guy will gather all these events and keep sending the data. And audit bit for auditing information. Audit means reading the system log files or system operating system files to gather this auditing information. Heartbeat, uptime, only uptime, whether the server is available or not. That's all, it will not do anything. And serverless means functions. Today there is a new industry trend called serverless. I'm not sure whether you heard this. Guys, have you heard AWS Lambda anytime? See, no matter what you do, right, you always need a server, right? A server means a computing environment, means where the program you wrote should run, right? That's mandatory. Without a laptop or without a server, nothing runs. The whole IT world doesn't run, right? But people are making to run without that. Means you are never going to interact with a server anymore going forward. That is called serverless architecture. Means you are going to write a code and you will upload the code to a location. Once you upload the code, whenever the request comes in, the code will run, or else the code will be in sleeping state. That is called serverless. That's where the industry is heading. So it means that within 5 to 6 years of time, right, if you are not into any kind of development or to Splunk or this kind of analysis tools, right, you will not have a job. Why? Because going forward, server management, server maintenance, installation, configuration will be thing of past. So people are going to serverless, where you don't need any server. The only thing you need is analysis. That is why right now most of the companies are investing in your data analysis tools like ELK Stack or Splunk, or also the machine learning tools like your, what you call this TensorFlow, all this kind of tools we are going to do that. Okay, means if you're not associated with data, it's going to be very hard for you to have a job going forward. You should be associated with data, whatever it is. Either you're creating data or perform, or you're analyzing data, or you're storing data, whatever it is, but you should be friendly with data. Okay, if you're not friendly with data, then you're in a very bad position. Let's discuss about this Elasticsearch in detail now, because once you understand Elasticsearch only, you'll understand the whole ELK stack, because that guy is central to everything. The XPack is an Elastic Stack extension that provides security, alerting, monitoring, reporting, machine learning, and other capabilities. Okay, so these by default are installed, and it only gives you a 30-day trial version. After that, you need to pay money, subscription money, to get that still run in an activated mode. Okay, alerting means your what you call ELK stack does not have capability to send emails. Okay, it can gather everything, but it cannot send emails. It cannot provide security. It does not provide you reporting, machine learning. So these are all not most of the time important. But if you feel that are the things you need, then you are going to need what, a paid product, and the Elastic paid. And one important thing is, guys, do you know how the licensing works? Oracle database is a licensed product, right? We need to pay money to Oracle company, then only they'll give us a full version of Oracle 12c, for us to install and use it, right? It's basic logic. But do you know how that licensing works? Based on the CPU core. You install that Oracle database on a 4-core CPU, it will be one cost. But if you install that Oracle database on 100 servers, each server has a different cores. All the 100 servers, different cores will be taken, calculated, and that's how he's going to charge you. And he will also regularly check it also. How can Oracle check? Yes, there are some agents which are mandated to be installed, part of Oracle software, and those agents will gather information, and that report will be asked by Oracle to send to them. So once they send it, inside that it will be report only Oracle company can open. So that's how they'll really know whether you have correctly telling them on how many servers you installed or not. So it's a complex headache process. But the ELK stack, right, doesn't care about on how many servers you install. It is a single money. Okay, means buying Elasticsearch is why it is meaningful. Is it will not care about how many servers you install, how much time,
put one in at a
how many
time.
cores,
Grab
how
it,
many
put the
features.
next
Out of
one
the
in,
box,
and then
everything
give
will
the
be
stubs
unlimited
to
use, which is a very rare in the IT industry, and
over
ELK
there.
stack does that. That is why you can buy ELK stack happily without thinking, okay, I have a large use case. So in the stack, what happens, the more data you analyze, the more
would you come back, please? I didn't scan your ballot. Just leave it in the sleeve. I just pull it. I haven't put any of that. But see, it's still covered that way too. Of course. I got it. Oh, is he talking to you?
So far, so good. It's still early.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. You were good.
Okay.
GA. Take your time. Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, just a second. It's just not so Yep, thank you. That's all you do too. We had our pre-work. Have a good day at work. Are you on your way to or home? Have a good day then. I have a niece that's a nurse, so yeah. Y'all are a good breed. She did pediatrics. And then my husband was in cardiac ICU.
My niece went through school to become a nurse, and then by the time she got through, she'd been at her current job long enough.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you this morning?
Hard to leave
All right, Miss Thomas, what is your current address? Thank you.
Yeah, the stuff that's missing down there. The sip and puff, I don't know what's happened with that.
Well, we'll just make note of it that it's not there.
Yeah.
All right.
The other functional is this. Yeah, for the ground.
All right, Miss Thomas. It's 4 pages long, front and back. So there's obviously 2 sheets. Take your stuff off when you're done, and then put each page individually between green spots, and then give the stubs to those folks. Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi there. How are you this morning? Miss Thomas. Okay. Have you registered to vote? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. You're not. Let's see if we can find you. If not, we will get you back.
Was natural? Man, that was nice. People pay for that. I did once.
All right, so you're Alan?
Cookie.
Cookie. Oh.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks for voting.
You too. Have a good day, G.
See you later. Thanks for voting. Cheryl out working today? No, she's not working.
This first time I've done this.
Is it?
I don't know what took me so long. I've been voting for 52 years. Trying to get with the program. Get some water.
Let's go ahead and get you a provisional ballot. And we'll
Pretty
get you
excited.
Okay?
You're in the right place.
You're not right here.
I went through 12 or 13 hours.
Yeah.
Take that a little later.
Hello.
Let's get you filled out so we
Good
can get you
morning.
voted. That way,
Okay.
we'll get you, we'll
Let's
make sure
see.
your vote counts. It's in there. Just want to make sure this is your precinct. Well, okay.
Okay.
Where do you
Address.
Where do you live?
Okay.
Were you registered to vote in Georgia?
And
Yeah, but I changed my address.
if I could,
Did you change your voter registration? It's still, so, let's get you filled out, let's get you, that's what, I get that. So, name, your current address and your former address, so then they'll see that you're in the system. Okay?
well,
Okay?
there's information on all
It's right there.
four
You want to fill it out?
sites.
Wherever.
Report card.
W-E-L-L-S?
After you're finished, could you get these subs off before you put it in the
No, he's my, right, okay.
Just put one at a time. Then we'll have it.
He's our helper that runs around. He's called a scout, so he runs around and helps us with any questions.
This issue, but the perforation's bad on the studs.
Yeah.
And you gotta really insist that people, that they tear them off clean.
Yeah,
Like we kind of fold it along that,
yeah,
when they give them a ballot.
yeah, I do that.
That's the best way to.
Yeah, we kind of crease
Kind
them.
of avoid that creasing, because they've had a bunch of them, they had the soil in the face up there, because people were tearing them off.
That's one of the first things Alice told me, is crease them.
Yeah, and they won't.
Northington.
At least
Okay.
that, you know.
Northington. There we go.
No,
What's your current
Gotta be a
address?
nice straight.
All right, thank you.
Gotta be a nice straight,
Okay.
clean cut.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
My thumb was on that one.
Running something
Okay.
all the time.
Signature
Yeah.
there.
I don't know why, it seems like, they seem worse this time than
I think
normal.
the paper seems even thicker this.
Yeah,
Yeah, that could be
This
it.
the
time.
paper is really pretty good. Oh, hi.
Hi. Yes. That's fine. I would rather you do that. I mean, most people don't, but. All right.
What should I send you? White.
Melissa, what is your current
W-H-I-T-E.
address?
Got you.
So, clear off the stuff when you're done.
Oh, yeah, good.
Put both sheets between the green slot individually. Give your stuff to those folks.
Melissa, I need to
Thank you.
get your signature.
Yes, sir.
And then get done when you're.
Yeah, I'm gonna head on because I haven't been there.
Okay.
Otherwise, I will report.
That's the only problem.
Okay. All right. I'll see you a little bit later.
All right.
Care, stay well.
All right. It's bias, right? Bias.
Let's see now. Melissa, there is
And what is your current address, Mr. Bias?
information, voting information on
So
all
much.
four sides, even the back side.
You know, can I give you your ID? And ask for your signature there.
And after you're done voting, I'm going to crease this. Somewhere.
Yes. Yes.
There.
Good morning.
You could carefully tear these off, then put one ballot in at a time. It'll grab it once you get it in there. And then the two stubs,
There's
you can
fill
give
out
to those
both
folks over
pages. So
there.
fill out both sides. How you wish to vote. Tear the stub off when you're done. Put the ballots individually between the green slot and give the stub to those ladies. Perfect. John, there's usually one over there.
Yes.
Those two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm brand new.
I'm going to take
sorry.
this lady right here because she's.
I'm getting the hang of it.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, help
All right.
yourself. And we got some towels over there too when you're done.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Good morning. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed so far. Yes, I am. I love voting. Okay, Joyce, what is your current address? Okay, that's what I have. There we go. And if you could sign down there, please, and hit done when you're done signing. There you go.
You know what, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, what should I say? I'm gonna go ahead and do it.
There is information on all four sides.
That's me.
I'm gonna
Thank you.
we gotta tear these off clean because the machine doesn't like it. But there's these little stubs when you're done loading. If you carefully pull these stubs off before you put it in the machine. Put one in at a time.
Balance how you wish to vote. When you come back and then bring the ballot back here.
No,
and I'll
you
put it. 41, the map of 42 is over here. Or we can do a quick scan of your ID over here.
Yeah, if there's a scan for the ID, that would be wonderful.
You will go first, and then you'll go Do you want her to scan your ID? Oh, you're welcome. Precinct 41? I think so. Your registration form card. Did you work on the site recently? No, I moved over there. Wait, let's have her scan. I hate to have you wait in line if you don't have to. Have her scan your
Just look right there, on the, right below your address. That line down here to the computer. Yeah.
Yeah.
good day. You still have your dog? She passed. Well, you know, I walk to the park every day, and she was 60 years old after she was old.
Now we have another one. Oh, you do? Not Terry. Margaritas. Where's the machine? I could miss you. I was just singing a sad song about how I long to be here with you. It's kind of like the Stockholm Syndrome, you know?
I told them that I specifically became a Jew. Yes, that was the last one, and then we had the I've been here so long.
can't move twice, ma'am.
She's first. Yeah.
All right. You might even have similar objectives. I don't know objectives.
Use the 4 to 3. Okay, so you'd be over at this thing here. Sometimes you heard talking, yes,
Or maybe we put this.
Bring a baby and get an extra coat. Just over here. Oh, precious. Let me guess. 3, 4 months? Mine are all getting older. I just lost my game.
Thousand people show up, and I had fewer people than that. Because they should have. And frankly, the president should make a very strong statement. I think my team was on. They
here in the center. Do you know if you're missing 41 or 42?
I do not. Yeah, right around here. A mile. About 2 miles.
Do you know if you're precinct 42 or 41?
Okay, so I'm going to get
Yes, we do.
Have free press and modern history.
Yes.
Right. So just stay calm, stay with it. Yeah. And you know what? I said, anxiety is sure as is action. Coming out with something like this, calling up somebody, remembering somebody. I'm one of these people that you've got to I will be honest, when they live in like South Dakota, I don't text them. I text my friends, you know. That's what the common is the case. Every little counts. Everybody's voice matters. So it's this moment, and I think, again, I'm all of you. We're being very conscious about this as a family.
Love it.
Be mindful, live in the moment, understand the rest, really have to all have it. Because history's going to be tough. And I'll tell you what, I will always stand on the right versus that darkness. About women, how about this? Make a witness for America.
Because we probably can't get out without everybody going on here. No, let's move We'll do a group single and real quick
Hey,
Selfie mode.
Oh, he's great.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Okay.
Welcome to Harrisburg.
Time here.
You know I love you. You're so grateful. And the first lady was here for somebody. Our heart is so we need you. We need you.
That was the real song.
Well, I know
I'm going to do 3 cameras for 3 sheroes. I'm a machine.
Yes, you are. Our first thing this morning. We already have it. Yes.
We're doing bottles.
Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country. We see Democrat areas are not as great for our people. So people are ready and they're turning out.
Our #1 best-selling author. Say areas that we're winning big. What do we say this month? Paper ballot, safe-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And you know, you're talking about for 8%. 8%. Think about it. For 8%, you get a better. What about ours? Are you surprised? Get there. So all over the country, I hear it's all red.
bad people in the state of Pittsburgh. You know what? It's still a time. It's been true. It's been true. And some of them don't listen to me. I hope not. So obviously, the first thing is going to do this. This is impressed by the job you've done. Especially since we killed the biggest factory there, auto factory there, anywhere, anytime. I swear they did that without computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper, as you say, cost. The paper turns out to be much quicker than something. A lot of things. What's right for the country. I think that's what we're doing. Let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked the government, would it be nice if after spending millions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock? Doesn't make sense, does it? Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching. You're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we don't. Not the 7th. And then you do everything.
So she was working with like the national scene and that, you know, like working with the reporters and stuff. I'm like, this, I didn't realize other countries. I mean, it makes sense, but like kind of a surprise. Yeah. Send folks all over today? Did they send folks all over today, Reuters? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, grab your sticker. Oh, you can just put it over the crowd, yeah. To join us next year. Grab that, take that. Thanks for a fun day. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome. How are ya? You can head right up that one and they'll get you checked grab a sticker. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello there. Check in right there on the right.
Thank you.
Everything look good? Yep. All right. Here's on the sheet. Just go come over the arrow and we'll see out for you. Congratulations. Grab a sticker. Yeah, you too. And one thing, you go right there to the right and they'll take care of you. Thanks for coming by today.
Thank you. Get you over here so you can actually cast it. That doesn't print those over here for you.
Everything look all right? Yeah. Great. I'll put it right here. The green arrow and then we'll see you. Cast your ballot. Stand. You can grab your sticker.
Thank you.
Very
sticker. You need a sticker. Is there a chariot waiting just outside the door?
Hold on just a second. Is she still voting? She might still be. I don't see her out there. We'll just hold on.
I'll leave her here with you.
What's your ballot? On the top. Okay, vote. Gotcha. So can we take her outside and transfer her to the car, or how do you want to do that?
Oh, well, I can walk back.
I'll do it. You'll hold the door.
Oh, okay.
You want to get out here? Okay. Her car is right here. You want to go back to the car? Okay. Here. Hold on. Wait.
You got a troublemaker.
Okay, so he is. Thank you. Go down the ramp.
Yes. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hey there, just right down through there. Everybody needing help. Got another guy that thought he heard
I can take this back.
All yours.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Where'd they go?
Again, I just printed up so the computer can read it. Either the two machines on top of the piano, every which way it
I'm dead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Come on in. You can come on down this way. You're upside down.
Let's do it again. You know how to use the machine, sir?
Good.
And you can place it on top of the green arrow, face side up. Yep, either one. Okay. So you would fold that in half. Thank you. Have a good day. Yeah, I got it. Got it? No. Yeah.
That's you. Okay. There you go. Use your finger for this. What now?
It's not showing up.
And the plus side is you can register.
Yeah, and you'll, yeah, that's what your direction is.
But the law is it. So like October 4th. Oh, yeah. Oh, like the place.
Yeah, you got it. So that not works then?
Well, even visual, but.
Sorry, thank you.
All right.
I'll register. Yeah, I'll do it online. Thank you very much.
You walk from that back in the privacy of those things. You go somewhere else.
Sample? Oh, yeah.
Which one do I go to?
You gotta walk about, go anywhere, any which one.
This one look like it's a little.
The purpose of it is privacy, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
What's your last name? Robin. Has the card for next time.
See?
Yes. A little before 5.
On the side it tells you how many people. Yeah. On the left hand side.
Oh, perfect, but my
Then I return.
I'm from Massachusetts, actually, so. I did. I see your face on TV. Maybe. You could be right.
I
No, 125th, each 24th. I can't help you with it, but I can show you. 125, each 24th. You can see the little circle, right? I'm legislating. Where you gonna go and get them? Now, what to do on this thing? No, she ain't joking. What to do? Let's see.
From the jury. Oh, okay.
Let's think about how. What do you mark on here? Subject, John? What, come out of the house? What's your subject, right? All slip down the line I'm going, didn't I? All right.
No, you're good.
That was,
He said, no, you don't want to work there.
He's just sitting here, man.
Just sitting there. Luis Rosario. Luis Rosario. You know your district number? Okay. Yes. Okay. Give me Not really.
Good, how are you? Yeah, it's good. How about somebody here for
Believe me, I think you push him through a lot of stuff. But he ain't looking for this that one. Yeah. Oh, me and the supervisor. Right? Listen, I just did the marathon Sunday. And I worked 15 hours that day. And outside in the cold. I'm getting ready to go to Atlanta Friday. So I said, let me just do this so I can get on that plane Friday. Take it. Gorgeous. I got that phone by now. Because he been back here since 12:44. It's already 1:35. That was an hour ago. Just realized you got your phone. Put mine in my pocket, I always keep tapping. Yeah, if I got a jeans, yeah, I was I went home, I watched the video and took a nap. No, I didn't take a nap. Oh, see, you found it. Look at that. Oh, okay, God bless the people. Thank God for that. Yeah, I'm saying. At one time I left mine at the pier, at Chelsea Pier, in the bathroom, and one of my girlfriends called the phone. Somebody picked it up.
So I'm a worker here, but I don't want to be on camera.
Okay,
I don't want to be filmed. How do you ensure that though?
I'll know not to point the camera.
Oh, okay, but I've been here all day, so I don't know if you've. Oh, okay.
I mean, right, you have to have. You know, if I would have had my drink, I could have took the fucking food back here behind the curtain.
Thank you.
They don't need to put that, they ain't doing that. So you go to that black and you scan it.
That's not yours, this is yours. See?
I want you to go outside, I'm going.
I would recommend
Only if those pertain to you, check it.
Right. Oh, so only if it
Exactly.
does it.
Put a little circle there. Well, go all the way down. Not on this side. One here, one here. Just one each. No, here you can pick as many as you want, but here, one each. All the way down, one each. Wherever it's pertains, yes. If I don't know that, I just leave it blank. You don't want to vote. You don't want to vote for say here.
Yeah, any of the open ones.
Right here is fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
He knows.
Okay.
Rosina, R-O-S-I-N-A.
Everything, got the entire box, you got to fill out. Where's your, Renee?
We're that way.
So I would still fill that out, and then just as a backup. So I think that's it for exercise. Okay, great.
Thank you. Everyone through Alex. Alex?
Fill out everything? My friend Alex. Number C, Mrs. Alex, number scanner.
It's ours. Thank you.
You all set? All right.
Hi.
Okay, I'll be right with you. Slide it just like this.
Thank you, love.
Thank you so much.
Boy, you wait.
I understand the Lord.
You too, have a great day. Hi, how you doing?
Thank you. Let's go.
Part C that applies to you. It's a pretty quick form, okay? Age 39, the last year. You got all the parts of that. Okay? You got the last four these writings those forms. So you're going to pick one here, circle a little circle. You can do this last, it don't matter. Don't take it with you, you gotta fill out both.
There we go. Oh, I just, there we go.
Thank you.
Got it. Yeah, I'm not sure which way do I sit in, up or down or back? Any which way.
So you can head over to one of those. Yeah, of course. Take one.
Okay, so that Okay, that's, check that one. Fill out your party. Sign it. That's pretty good. This is sign right here. Okay. Ballot yet? No. Okay, so we need a ballot. I'll hold this for you. Yeah, that's it. You need a ballot and bring it back to me. Oh, you need to
Okay.
Go around.
Thank you.
Step on down, you don't have to wait in line for scanning, there's more scanners. Step down.
Good. Alexander. Tamer. That's me. So you can scan here anyway. Being Obama. Really? Where is it? The office. Oh, yeah?
That's you?
Okay, so where should I go? Then now I need one of these, right?
And then when you're done, you're going to take this scan.
Thank you.
Oh, you don't skip it? Okay, so that's it, you're done. No, this doesn't scan. It made mistake? It didn't know it scanned? You overvoted? Oh, you only should have did it once here. Do it over. Okay, George, you're going to sign in this section here. Down here, here, where you sign.
I know. You know, I tried. Guess what? I tried to do it now. On 28th Street in the first time. I couldn't find a place to vote. There was no sign. There was no. It was supposed to be a dormitory. And,
Make sure you have the right address.
yeah, of course. That's right here. Yeah.
right to the scanner and scan it.
Bring the folder back? Oh, the pen. Yeah, yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Anyway, yes. It's okay? Thank you. Thank you.
I do not do that, ma'am. Don't do that to me, please. I'm a very nice person. All I said to you, you said, how do I do it? I said, just circle, and I was showing you where to circle. That's all I showed you. I didn't tell you who to vote for or nothing. I don't want to hear it. Sorry. So what do I do with this?
Bring it over to the
Research.
This is her new ballot. I'll take the old one. No matter which way? No. What do you want to do?
their registration form, their,
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, so I just think you're at,
And then when you're done, bring it over to the black
oh, where? Yeah. Sorry.
Excuse me, are you with the news media? Sorry? Are you with the news media? I don't want to be on camera. Do you have permission to film us here? I do. From where? Let me see. I want to see it. If I see myself on camera, I will fucking sue you. What station? It's Reuters. Reuters?
Fill it out as soon as you get a chance, and then you can just roll. You fold it up like this, right? And you fold it. You gotta wet this, don't make it wet. You fold this down, and you just drop it in the mailbox. You don't need a stamp, okay? You can do it any day this week, and make sure you drop it off as soon as possible in the mail.
Thank you so much.
These I need today. Bring them back to me, okay? Oh, they still started? Have a good night, Liz. Hi. Oh, with that.
I sent a couple of people
They only give you like 5.
Okay.
Yeah, we ran out.
Okay.
Can I see your ID? Does he have an ID? Okay, participation by voters in filming is to be entirely voluntary. This is not voluntary.
Yeah, we cleared it with the election.
Yeah, but I'm a voter. Okay, you can't just film voters walking in and out. Okay, I'm on camera, and I did not volunteer for that. Yeah, I don't care how long you've done it for 50 fucking years, okay? Entirely voluntary. This is not voluntary. I did not volunteer to be filmed on your camera for Reuters. Okay, also, the filming of any student is strictly prohibited. Well, you don't know who's a student or not.
59?
And who do you answer to at Reuters?
Yeah, you can call it Joan.
Yeah, who do you answer to?
My manager, Joan Soley.
Can you write it down for me? Write it down. Okay, I'll copy it.
Thank you.
Okay. Do they have a scanner here? I would like a copy of that. I didn't bring my phone because I just... Okay. Oh, excuse me. Can I see my ballot?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, I can move over here.
Okay, great. Oh, do you want to stay? Thank you. Thanks for volunteering.
Yeah, but for the other one, we didn't check all the boxes.
And just the same thing, just one.
Maybe you leave it on this. Maybe you leave it on Zoom. I'm stuck. Come back. No, I'm not going nowhere. I'm saying.
It doesn't ruin it. You have a paper towel with that should have had just like the gallery and the screen. And that's really not even gallery and screen. But, you know, I'm going to stay here for the next 10 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's how anything goes. Matter of fact, I'm going to solve your problem right now. I'm just gonna tell you Thursday.
What does yours say? Your name thing? It says my heart, right? On your card.
No, not her. I did.
So you're only capturing the people's feet, right? You're capturing the feet.
Yeah, just one. Let me look at the screen. I'm an artist and a photographer. The angle. That's not my feet. You had enough time to tilt it. Tilted it. I do photography. Great. Yeah, you're doing it now. Okay, run it back. Run it back over the last 15 minutes. Show me my feet. Can you show me my feet? I'll sue Reuters. I mean, he's tilting the lens. Give me a break. It's like putting your thumb on the weight machine upside. Tilted some more.
What's the second? Select the ballot, front and back, and then pay
I didn't get I've been voting in every election, so this is the first one. I have a camera pointed at me. So even my
That's how I said my name.
It's gonna go straight in like this. Thank you. There is a line to go, but it's going down there.
Check in with this lady right here. She got you.
Oh,
How are you? Love it. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, sir. Have a good rest of your day. You are. Very serious. Check it Sure.
Yes, they said they got the signal. They said the signal looks good. I just spoke to Lisa over the phone.
Oh, you got one. Thank Oh, you just dropping off? Yeah. Okay, just go right there. Like this. Good morning. Find yourself and yourself. Here you go. And that's a quick check.
I believe you are street more, huh?
Go back.
All right. You put it back in? Want to do this one instead?
No, they're both the same. I just hit the wrong button. Trying to get it started. Is everything on the screen correct?
That's me.
Can you sign on the next one?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Saturday, and they didn't see the TV. Yeah, 14 minutes. Yeah, that's right. You keep looking at this dog. Yes. I got that.
Is everything on the screen correct?
No, Jimmy, that's my son.
Okay.
Same name.
Yes. They separated here.
Oh, yeah.
Is everything on the screen correct?
Oh, there's another one.
Sign on the line for me? Oh, no.
Not yet, not quite yet. Okay, everybody raise their hand at the same time. That's you had to, yeah, you can have someone else. Yeah. Sometimes when there's the first time.
We have a little bit of a wait. Once you make your selections on your ballot, it's going to come back out. We're going to review it and never bring to someone else. Thank you.
For the thing, you'll take the sorry.
Oh, well, you have some.
Yeah, someone
Just raise your hand, they'll come to you. Here you go, and the line is over here. Have a great day. You're welcome. Next person in line, and that was one.
Oh, off the door.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Does somebody out there need a chair?
I don't know, no, I don't know if they, I just said if somebody does. So far, it doesn't.
She's talking about like what's out. Should I like walk down and ask if someone needs a chair?
That might be nice. Huh? Oh,
Everything on the chair.
Do any of you need a chair?
Sign on the lecture.
Oh, you are just, okay, yeah, you can sit down and wait. And you can have someone will take the chair with you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Were you comfortable with the drink?
See, that's what you do, you should have sat down.
Have a little bit of wait. Once you make your selection on your ballot,
Hold on.
Oh, no. When you review it, I'm sorry, she
leave
didn't
it on the tray and pass it back into the box.
make sure you recast. Yeah, and then just print it out and.
Next person in line? Good morning, how are you? Can I be asked?
Sure.
First name? Did I spell it right?
No.
Okay, 8 Sign on the X for me, please. Once you make your selection, step out of the turn. You're gonna look at it and then cast it back into the box. The line is over. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Can I have your last name? Can you put that away so you don't lose it? First name? Can you sign on the X for me, please?
There it is. Got it.
For real this time. For real this time.
Oh, really? We love to see you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, basically it's just.
Next person in line?
I'll put it in writing. So here's this is.
I was gonna say there's a chair.
Sit here, and then when I get here.
No, have her sit at the table. She can sit right here. And when you get to the front.
Thank you. Oh, good.
Right over here. You have another bit of weight. Once you make your selection, your balance is going to come back out. You're going to review it and slide it back on the tray and let it pass into the Yeah, no souvenir. No souvenir. What does this say right here, Mark? I can help the next person. Well, you're somebody else? Okay. Please sign on the Thank you. Okay, this one, two people, one, and two. Okay, everyone, right now. You have one, two. Wow. Everyone, if you like it, please move up in the line and listen to the
Yeah, no, it's great. Greg. Ron, pleasure to meet you too.
Shall return.
Makes it not work. You gotta do it every week. You don't enjoy it, yeah. You see, Ron, take it easy.
Pretty good. There you go. See, yeah, they want you right now. Good morning. Good morning. What's your salary? So you want to change that address?
And then when you get to the front,
It hasn't reached the street yet, has it?
not quite.
Oh, good, yeah. Yeah, I know. They're waiting. I'm glad you did that. Yeah, you
Oh! You haven't lost him.
Yeah.
He's back there.
Oh, planning.
Sorry, taking too long. Hey, Joe.
Google.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. finally. Got it. Right there. You are not quite done, sir.
It's on the ground. Didn't happen.
Sorry.
Yeah, but there's you can just leave it in there with the.
Oh, sure, yeah, we have gentlemen, we have people there, we've been honored over there. That's what I bring every hour. It just brings about things that and then when you give the project yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, the process. The main thing people are wanting is after it's done and it prints out so you can look at it. A lot of people think they're going to just give it. You have to actually read it back.
Once you make your selection, I will return to you.
Because it's got a
You're going to look at it, place it back on the table, and categorize it.
Almost.
Into the over. It's just a printer. What you need to screen.
As soon as the prints out,
The line is over. Is that recording?
Yeah, you can go. Sorry.
You need to take it
You should talk to them. I'm not with you.
Perfect. So then this is going to go right here. And then you drive back around and make pass back. There you go. And the line's over. Next person in line.
No, later.
Grabbing them, but after.
Yeah, we were over for 4 days, but I was
15. Since Saturday. Thank you. And we was at 9 something. We left last night. Seven. You wasn't that late today.
This takes work. This isn't a thing that just happens.
Oh. But you were here though. You wasn't that late. No lean at work. No, sir. Sir?
中に入ってきましたプロ NN 中に入ってきましたプロアメフトチームのレイダースのシンボルに掲げられていますが、このスタジアムに入る前の大きなプロになっています。知られる選手がいまして、よく青い式でクリアされているこの青い式が並びますと状況を伝えています。この2番バッテリーでは重点者の皆さんがどういう状況をしても重点を見事な一番人気のプレーヤーです。中に入ってきまして、プロアメフトチームのレイダースのシンボルも表現されていますが、中に入る前のこの大きな東京になっているんですね。まずそれを修正し初めて中に入ってきました。プロアメフトチームのレイダースのシンボルも掲げられていますが、中に入るまでのホーム部分が遠くになっているんですね。手前で今大きな設置をしています。そしてその奥の青いスピードで限られた場所、そこに今スラッと来ているので、あの場所で投票を進めています。無駄野球ではルートリーグの皆さん、ここのボールで投票しているんですので、一番いいのがこの投票所です。
We are at Allegiance, and I thought I'd say hello. Yes. Yeah, the inside. Yeah. Can we do live shots in here too? Oh, no? Okay. Okay. So we can do a live bump then. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Oh, you're outside. You can't do that. That's all right. You can't do that. Okay. All right, well, we'll come out and say hi. We just want to get an idea. We want to get an idea of what it looks like. Your media. Like you're in the shop and you're talking in the camera. It's okay. No, it's totally fine. Yeah, no, we're... Okay, well, thank you so much. We're going to walk right out now. before, but I'm Stephanie.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
That's the last time I was on here. I was there too.
How you doing? Have you voted already? You did, thank you. Thank you so much. Madam President! And I think because I'm sure you got a lot of other
Make a call. We got voters to still get out.
Thank you. And enjoy your day, okay?
Madam President!
All right, this is a real phone bank. Get back to making calls. Please, please, please. We got voters to still get out.
I am well. I just wanted to call to check in and make sure you know where you can go vote today if you haven't already. Have you voted yet? Oh, good. Oh, thank you. What's your name? Very much. And thank you for just being active and participating. It's very, very I can't wait for you to go 10 years more. Oh, good. What's your name? Sage? Hi, it's Kamala Harris. I can't wait for you to grow 10 years more. You are still a leader at every age that you are. 8 years old, that's seriously. IEPs are so important. We got so much work to do to just keep reinforcing the Department of Education and get all the resources there. And Sage, I can tell you're really smart and you're working really hard, and I'm counting on you, okay? Because you are still a leader at every age that you are. 8 years old, that's a serious leadership.
Hey, you're the Grim Reaper.
So you're in 3rd grade? Yeah.
All right, hey, that's all good news to me. I'll take it. That sounds great.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Please take care, okay?
Hey, you're the Grim Reaper. That's good. All right. Oh, that's right. Go blue, go blue. All right.
Your vote and everything behind you, so you can get through it, but I think
Okay, go ahead.
each other and everyone's power election is obviously, so important. How are you doing? you so very much. It's very kind and thoughtful. I appreciate all of us. Thank you, my dear. That's very. Oh, I'm so excited about it. Oh, you are. Very much. And we are all doing this together. That's right. We are all doing it together. Thank you. I thank you for those words. Well, you know, and I should you too, all of us. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited about that. Oh, you are. Oh, I'm so excited for your work. Thank you. Well, you know, and I just actually did some Milwaukee radio interviews this morning. The Milwaukee small business, just calling the Navy, is just thriving. So I'm looking forward to paying attention to your work and supporting it. And thank you for all of that. Thank you for taking the time. And we have all these volunteers here. You'd be really excited to know there's just a lot of young people who are here calling the neighbors all over the country. We talked about her. Caroline? Yes. And tell them I said hello. Okay. Thank you, my dear. Okay, have a good day. Okay.
One more here for you.
I'm looking at you and you're looking at me. Boats out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody.
Caroline? Carolyn? Hi, Carolyn. It's coming. Hi, how are you? I'm looking at you and you're looking at me? Oh, because there's a live camera somewhere. Which camera is, this is, okay, I'm waving at you. This is waving at you.
Is this Teresa? Yes, is this Teresa?
Okay. Hi. Can you see I'm here with all these great volunteers?
Hello.
So we're calling people to remind you of.
Coming this way.
Thank you for all of that. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Hey, ma'am. It's good seeing you. I know. You know this is your house.
Act natural. We are going live in less than a minute though, so that would be really funny. No, you're fine. I don't exist.
Register first if you're not registered yet.
You can't do it?
I can't, no.
Oh, okay.
But they can.
How's it going over here?
That's quiet.
Good.
Yep.
Something, thank you, and hi.
That's where it's
force of it. But it's
I'm in the press pool here.
You told me I moved here and you're in this north. You're right water.
I'm not sure about it. Could you lift up the book?
If that happens, I will proceed. Okay, so street, and then it is. Is your choice cut once? Right here.
Seats are all full right now. As soon as one pops up, there's one on the other. Okay, so
There's one at the end.
All right, thank you.
That's a view. See where the guy in the picture comes down. Just waiting around that area. Dad, Dad, hey, that way. All right. Yeah. Thanks for her hand. How long was that? I just for that with my siblings. I remember that with my sisters. Get to the right place. Okay, that's my dad. I'm just one on that. Oh, okay. I'm just helping.
get to the right place.
So you get a photo from
Okay, I can do
one of those.
Oh yeah, wait, here it is. That's the day we'll work mine. It's helpful. This is just an example. You really need to fill in all the lines.
more screensavers?
Yeah, that would be movement. Just, and it's like there. I just need still. Yeah.
There's more than one zip code that would be that's where it's from. I was like,
It's way too far from the
they probably want to know if, and they also want to know
It's just rather than saying, oh, this group did X, this group did that.
I got this one last year. Pro Max for the
Work phone and personal phone. I have one of each. It's like, yep. It's ridiculous that I had.
I still want to get one of those quick turn by hand.
Shooting like 4K or 8K though, they finally so interesting.
They don't have that.
Yeah, me neither.
I just want all the space.
Exactly.
I was independent because I don't want to
Don't register as an independent. Because I think in the primary you have to promote things that you are.
independent means you can vote either way.
Oh, yeah, yes. Sorry.
We're the non-registered ones. You walk out of the school and you go straight to the road. You go left up towards the stop sign and then go right on the main road. Right there. It's like across. If you look behind where you came in, it's behind
Are you waiting to be checked in? Okay, so we're going to have the check-in line is to the left here, to my left. Registration is to my right. So they should be telling you to go and get marked. Yeah. Thank you.
clarify that.
Got it. Thank you so much, and we'll let you get back to tracking all of this for AP on this election night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we will have more information from AP Votecast on sentiments from the American electorate. But for now, we will show you these live pictures coming in from the state of Arizona. That's another battleground where polls will be open for several more hours. Back with you soon.
The year was 1788. The United States was still a young nation, and it was ratifying its Constitution. There were a lot of differences, but America's founding fathers agreed on one thing. Political parties were evil. They would tear the nation apart. Alexander Hamilton even called them a fatal disease. So they omitted political parties altogether from the Constitution. Now, there was common consensus, but one person thought it could be a mistake. It was Thomas Jefferson. And in 1791, he formed one of America's major parties. We will tell you which one later. But right now, America's political scene is very different. It has two main parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. They have shaped the country's political landscape for more than a century. Their histories are complex. Their ideologies are constantly changing, defined by America's political and social movements. So, how did the two parties come about? And why does America have a two-party system in the first place? Let's go back to 1788. The Constitution was ratified. George Washington was the first president. Thomas Jefferson was the Secretary of State. Alexander Hamilton was the Treasury Secretary. Jefferson and Hamilton had competing visions for America. Soon, two political factions quickly emerged. There were the Federalists. Alexander Hamilton led them. The party wanted a strong central government, close ties with Britain, and the development of an industrial economy. Then, there were the Democratic Republicans, led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, and what they believe in. They favored a limited federal government, favored the rights of the states, an agrarian-based economy, and stronger ties with France. This was the start of America's two-party system. So, the two were at loggerheads. The parties kept fighting. Many worried they would break America apart. By the early 1800s, the Federalist Party collapsed. That left just the Democratic Republicans. They were the only party now. However, this dominance did not last long. By the 1820s, the Democratic Republicans began to fracture. The 1824 presidential election sealed the split. The Democratic Party that we know today was born. Leading it was Andrew Jackson. Jackson's platform was simple: rights for the common man and a limited government. At that time, the party's base was largely in the South and the West. The supporters were farmers and settlers. The Democrats supported slavery, an issue that soon became a flashpoint in American politics. By the 1850s, the Democrats were staunchly defending slavery. But many in the North began to view it as a moral problem. So, in 1854, came the Republican Party, a party of anti-slavery activists. They wanted to stop slavery, promote economic modernization, and foster development. In 1860, the party nominated Abraham Lincoln. He was running for president. At that time, he was relatively unknown. He promised to halt slavery, making it one of the most crucial elections in American history. Lincoln's election led to the secession of the Southern states. The Civil War broke out. We all know how that ended. The South lost, slavery was abolished, and the Republican Party solidified its position. They were the party of the Union. So the Republicans led the Reconstruction efforts. They helped rebuild the South. A faction in the party also pushed for protection. That's voting rights for African Americans. They got that done too. Believe it or not, the party was seen as radically progressive. So, what about the Democrats? They were associated with white supremacy. The Civil War really highlighted the divisions in the country. Republicans dominated the North and the West. Democrats controlled the South. By the late 19th century, things changed. It was the era of industrialization. The Republican Party chose its side quickly. It supported high tariffs. It wanted a gold standard. It wanted very little regulation. And that attracted the uber-rich, aka the businessmen and industrialists. As for the Democrats, they had to set themselves apart. The Civil War had weakened them. They needed a new voter base. So the party realigned itself as a populist force. It became the spokesperson for working-class Americans. Especially the farmers. They felt left behind the industrial economy. So Democrats raised their causes. It did not work at the ballot box, but it shaped what the Democratic cause was. Soon came a turning point. The Great Depression of the 1930s that the Democrats launched a series of economic reforms called the New Deal. It was under Franklin D. Roosevelt. Roosevelt advocated for a more active federal government, one that could regulate the economy, provide social safety nets, and expand the rights of workers. This pitch worked. Roosevelt became the 32nd American president. In fact, he was the only president to serve more than 2 terms. All this while, the Republicans were losing steam. Their voter base had shifted. The party attracted more rural and religious voters, voters who opposed federal control. The 1950s and 1960s brought about more change. There was the civil rights movement. Both parties once again realigned. Democrats embraced civil rights. It was under leaders like John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson.
Instead of belaboring those problems which divide us.
On the other hand, the Republicans attracted the Southern whites, courtesy Richard Nixon's Southern strategy.
Predicts recession. Now, my friends, let's think of what's happening.
So the voter base saw a dramatic shift. The once Democratic South turned Republican. The African Americans, who were once loyal Republicans, became a key voter base for the Democrats, and it has remained that way. In the 1980s, we had Ronald Reagan. He embraced a conservative agenda. Meanwhile, in the 1990s, Democrats moved to a more centrist position, especially under Bill Clinton. The differences between the two parties now are stark. We have the Republican Party, which has embraced conservatism. It is populist, it's against immigration, and it wants to control women's bodies. Then we have the Democrats. They want to promote social justice, expand health care, embrace social welfare. But history shows how far the two parties have come. A party founded to abolish slavery is now a pro-business party, aka the Republicans. And the Democrats started out by catering to the southern states, but now hardly wins there, from their origins to their modern configurations. Both the Democratic and the Republican parties have changed dramatically. Their story is that of America's. A nation constantly evolving, divided by ideologies, but hopefully united in its democratic foundation.
We did a great job in that we brought it back to the States, as you know. I believe in exceptions, as Ronald Reagan did. And we did a great job. We did something that they've wanted to do for 52 years. Yes, please. Well, it'll be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways, and we have to straighten it out. We have crime is through the roof. We have people pouring through our borders that are not exactly perfect. They come out of prisons. 13,000 people convicted of murder. We don't need this in our country. We have enough difficulty. We don't need that. So I think people saw that, and it just seems that the conservatives are voting very powerfully. Just finish it up. I feel very confident. I have, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it. It's been great. Look, regrets. You always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ever had.
Do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get the 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time. So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats, so if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should, and they should call a winner, yes. Just stop talking about that. Go ahead. Oh. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Well, we just came over to, it's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready and they're turning out for you, sir.
We had a big lead to start off with. I hear it's really amazing. I get a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? So we have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. 1 day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you're talking about for 8% of the cost. cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
We're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you. And you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy, and that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us. She's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So thank you for all your support. Great job.
Yesterday and the day before, you actually reminds the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing. But I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. I'm hearing anything from Susie. What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great. And we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening? Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
Right. I know.
No, Donald Trump.
And why?
Because my economy was much better under him than it is now. And the immigration issue is very important to me.
But I'm still, I'm good.
You might want to get the nails too.
Moments, but nothing like a moment.
On the other hand?
I think one is good.
I'm definitely for, Donald Trump, obviously. It's important for him to get back in office, for me, to secure our borders, to help our economy, to get back to where we were.
Oh my gosh. I know, we're not supposed to talk about that.
West 5?
Absolutely most important election of my lifetime, so I definitely wouldn't miss this. So much on the line here, a lot of consequences from this election, so.
TRrodC TIòng.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Polling location. Indian House finding their polling location. Hunter?
Straight Republican ticket all the way down.
And why is that?
Border security. Economy's been horrible. Pay raise after pay raise, still can't make ends meet. So,
Sort of like to be the best turnout. We're actually based in Butler, but someone said this would be better.
Yeah, there's
There's a lot on the line, right? Both economically, socially, and I think it matters to a lot of people. America's in a really delicate place, right? And I think that at the end of the day, American people do ultimately all want the same thing, which is a strong government that cares for its people. And I think that everybody's just mobilized to want to have their voice heard, which is the beautiful thing about the American electoral process.
He's got a vineyard.
Because I'm afraid of the stuff that happened last year or last time with January 6th happening again. I don't want to go through that. We're better than that. We don't need to be doing stuff like that. And I have a job that takes me around the world, and it's embarrassing to do that. So I don't want to be in that, America can't do their own thing. We need to be able to be good at this every time we do it, and we weren't good at it last time.
And it's our prayer that God will put in the best candidate possible to take care of our country and to take care of the future and to take care of our children who will eventually run this country.
Relief. Every election seems to be getting exponentially more intense, and yeah, it's not good. It's becoming a source of a lot of divisions, not just between family, but friends, and it's, I think this is starting to tear people apart from each other.
Oh, going to work, okay. Well, maybe late. Because it wasn't late.
I don't know, I just started doing that. Not for the money, obviously. Although people do enjoy it around the holidays to get a little extra, few $100. Well, it's been good to get to know you over the years.
Unfortunately, we can never, camera.
Yeah.
I don't. The microphone's not sensitive enough to pick up the conversation.
It's a petition about, again, voting advocates crowd foul, saying you just disenfranchise people for no reason. Right? They did not do anything of their own accord. So that was a loss for Trump Republicans, but they did at the same time claim victory again in the state Supreme Court in a decision over mail-in balloting. So there's been kind of a give and take in a lot of these key states, and it's going to complicate to a degree the counting, but these were never going to be easy counts to start with.
Sure, but why not just change some stuff almost at the last minute to make it even more complicated?
Just to make it even more interesting than it already been.
Keeps our jobs interesting, for
Right.
sure. Thank you, Sagar. We'll be back with you soon. And we will be coming back to you with information on the first round of poll closings across the U.S. And later this evening, AP's first batch of race calls in election 2024. But for now, we'll leave you with these live pictures coming into us from New York City, where you can see the Empire State Building and other parts of the skyline lit up in red, white, and blue for this election night. Back with you soon.
know any specifics of the allegations? As I said in my social media,
How concerning is it that one of the candidates says that you're cheating? Put Philadelphia on blast on Truth Social. What does that say?
have any specifics of the allegations?
That's not nothing new. This play was we saw it, and we're going to do our job.
Did you investigate
We have time for one more question. We got to get back to work. One more question.
And as we've done all day, if there are any specific allegations,
Turnout?
so we don't have those exact numbers yet. So speaking of that, we're going to go back and get back to work. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Get back to work. We'll be back out here.
How's turnout been?
Hi, sorry, I was trying to say I can't check the microphone with my other thing at the other. So, okay, back to the update.
We did a great job in that we brought it back to the States, as you know. I believe in exceptions, as Ronald Reagan did. And we did a great job. We did something that they've wanted to do for 52 years. Yes, please. Well, it'll be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways, and we have to straighten it out. We have crime is through the roof. We have people pouring through our borders that are not exactly perfect. They come out of prisons. 13,000 people convicted of murder. We don't need this in our country. We have enough difficulty. We don't need that. So I think people saw that, and it just seems that the conservatives are voting very powerfully. Just finish it up, guys. No, I feel very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out, but it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it. So it's been great. Look, regrets, you always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best, I would say this was the best campaign we were in.
Do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get the 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
Watching the results and so forth.
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats, so if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should, and they should call a winner, yes. Just stop talking about that. Go ahead. Oh. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Well, we just came over to, it's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready and they're turning out for you, sir.
We had a big lead to start off with. I hear it's really amazing. I got a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? We have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
We're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you. And you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy, and that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that. And it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So thank you for all your support. Great job.
Yesterday and the day before, you actually reminds the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing. But I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. Hearing any weaknesses. What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great. And we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening? Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.